Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniac. Welcome to the best night of the week, Wednesday night. It's some extra sauce, and you got your boys here ready to give you all the content you sit up here and you wait for, man. We are the kings of giving you and making sure your belly is full on a Wednesday night. Hump day. We're going to bring it tonight, man. Sorry we're late. Sorry about that, man. But I promise you we're going to make up for that, man. We're going to have a good show. Got a lot planned for you all, a lot of information. And at the very end of the show, once we're done with Bears conversation, and we get into the extra sauce, there's a story I want to tell you guys about the guy you seen on the thumbnail. That guy's name was, I think, Tom Mack. And it's a story that came out of Zimbabwe in 1994. It's a very deep story, one of the most prolific stories I ever heard when it comes to this whole UFO phenomenon and what to think about that whole thing. It is deep. We're going to talk about that at the end, but we got much more coming. First, we're going to get into some Bears. We're going to get into some food, drinks, and get human early into the show. But I want to thank you guys for being here. I think Crimson was the first one in the chat, so shout out to Crimson for being number one up in here. But since Triple R is the closest to my left, man, I'm gonna go ahead and start with you, man. Give some pleasantries.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Here later live, whether you be watching on demand, what have you. Thanks for joining us. It's Wednesday, so it's some extra sauce, if you will. So shout out to everybody. It's a good week. It always is a better week when the team wins, and it's been an extra long week since Friday. And it's like, man, this feels good. I like this. Number one in the NFC. Got a tough divisional matchup coming. Snow on the ground. Not as happy about that, but it is a winter thing. So yeah, it's rolling right along. Kids, go ahead.
Word up. Number one in the hood, G. Chicago Bears Hunger Force Autumn. Trust me. I'm still riding high. Hopefully all you guys are riding high. I need y'all to ride high. Ride with me. Right up on through Sunday, which they've apparently flexed to prime time. So we'll be with Tom Brady, I think, in the bunch, for some high caliber football, y'all. And number two in the hood here is Don Burr. He jumped into the chat right after Crimson, which is crazy to me. We got a Lions fan.
You know that ain't Don Burr, right?
Are you sure this is fake Don Burr? You tell me.
That's not Pussycat?
No, it's Don Burr says Detroit versus everybody. This one says Detroit versus everyone.
Interesting.
Little clue.
Interesting. So this is not Don Burr. So that's Chris Foster. Oh, that's cool. All good. I don't care who it is. Because I plan to ride this week out on a high into the next couple of weeks. The national narrative is changing. Destroyer of narratives, Ben Johnson, football cycle. I'm so hyped, man. Let's keep it rolling, man. No matter what's next on the docket. Where are we going today?
Well, first of all, man, we gotta start off being human as we are, and we almost got launched into a conversation backstage. I think it's only right that Trip. Go ahead and tell me what you was about to tell me before we went live, man.
One of the perks of being on Sports Chicago Style is that I got the hookup, or as the kids say, the plug with Chef Trips. So he made this dish, and he hooked your boy up with a little something, and it's a loaded chorizo queso dip.
Damn.
And I think he what's all in there? He started out by the browning the chorizo. Then I think he said he took that out of the skillet, but in that chorizo grease, you throw in some diced green pepper, onions. Then you let those get a little translucified, and then you throw in some mushrooms, and then you throw in. I think he said he used whole wheat flour because he doesn't use like no white devils in his kitchen,
Mm.
to make it a little bit healthier. So he threw in that little flour and let that cook with those veggies, and then half a cup of beer and a cup of milk. But he used the almond milk instead of like a whole fat milk. So it's the dip's gonna be not as smooth and as cheesy. It's gonna be a little more watery, but the flavor's gonna be there because of the lower fat ingredients. And then as that simmered for a little bit, think pepper jack cheese, sharp cheddar, and that Mexican cheese that's got the QAXATA.
Queso.
Who?
Queso.
Well, yeah, that's cheese. But there's a specific cheese, QAXA or
QAXA what?
TA.
TA. Okay.
Yeah, that's their name. It's their thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But however you pronounce that in American or Canadian, you know what I'm saying? That's what that is.
That's the pronunciation in Canadian.
So you threw that up in there, and then it was let's see, some pico de gallos, green chilies, black olives, and diced up Roma tomato. Yeah, I think that's all. So it was loaded up with a lot of stuff, and I had a bowl of it, and so it's like, oh shit. And they had to use the the heavy tortilla chips, with the wheat ones, of course, but a little thicker because of the substance of the dip. You need that something of substance with the chip, some chip bone to it, to hold the loaded up.
You got to get the right chip for real.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I was munching on. So it was like, oh man. So I'm just settled back in, enjoying some extra sauce. I'm with you.
Before we get off you, man, am I the alien in this group, man? I like bean dip, and my girlfriend thinks I'm a damn alien for enjoying bean dip.
Ain't nothing wrong with no bean dip.
Nothing wrong with bean dip. I mean, it's just not as I guess popular as cheese dip.
It's good though, man.
I'm not saying it's not good. It's just not as popular as cheese dips. I mean, I'll eat bean dip, but if I had to choose between bean and cheese, I'm going cheese every time.
Okay, maybe I should rephrase this. Do you buy bean dip? Would you go and spend money?
Yeah, I've been known to buy both. Like, just considering the conversation, I've been to the last couple of months, and it has everything to do with whatchamacallit, Chipotle being nearby. Like there's a Chipotle opened up within like 10 minutes of my house. So for a minute there, the wife was like, okay, well, we got to try out the Chipotle. I was like, we've been had Chipotle, but no, we got to try out this Chipotle. So fine, we ordered some Chipotle. It came in, and we got their nachos and queso, and their nachos are okay. The queso is really nice. So I started to, be about queso for the last little while. But as far as bean dip is concerned, I will go to the store and I'll link up some bean dip, man. It's good stuff.
You got to make sure now. You got to make sure you got a substantial chip to be messing around with bean dips, man, because bean dips are notoriously pretty tight. So you can't have a weak ass chip, right?
No,
cannot. And my girlfriend loves to buy those little thin ass tortilla chips, and it pisses me off. I told her to buy me a separate bag, man, because you and them little weak ass chips ain't helping the situation.
I think I got some of that El Migro chips, and those are very thick. Coops. I mean, you could actually bite the chip and it doesn't shatter into a million pieces. It's like you bite the chip and the rest of the chip's still there. And it's like you definitely double dip that joint.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Them Chipotle ones, they're pretty heavy. They're heavy duty nachos. You know what I mean? Like they're fresh too. So I was killing those for a little while, but then I like you're paying like $5 for like 50 chips. Like it's a little bit, the math ain't mathing. So
yeah, look, guys, kind of steep.
Hey,
you know
I can't mess with hummus, man. I tried it once.
oh no.
No, hummus
See, you guys don't know. You don't
some
know,
pita.
you don't know what's up, man.
Man, dog, that shit didn't. Maybe it's because the first time.
Hummus. I mean, that's Middle Eastern bean dip.
Yeah, you need to like.
I might try another one. Maybe try another one. The first one I ever tried wasn't good.
Either one of you have a shawarma yet?
No, man, I ain't.
Yeah, chicken. Shit, pork.
You've had a chicken shawarma. Either one. Either one, any kind. I just want to know that. I just want to, I just want to hear that you've had a shawarma. The shawarma is huge in Canada. We with the Middle Eastern community here, there's a shawarma joint on every block. Like it's crazy. There's one spot here, man. There's one spot here called Shawarma Palace. They'll bless you with like a shawarma platter, but the platter from the plate, like from the table, is like this high. It's crazy. Just meat, lettuce, some rice, potatoes, hummus, and garlic dip. And I'm in, bro. It is delicious. Y'all need to be about that. It is so good, man. I was not initially a hummus guy, and at this point, I'll grab a pita. I'll grab a piece of pita bread and dip in hummus and just eat that now. Like it ain't no thing.
Hey, by the way, I'm just a sex machine. Is in the building, so you guys know.
I was trying to put that together. What?
Yeah, like, wait, you talking about bean dip and man want to be a sex machine? It's like
we talking hummus and pita.
Yeah, bean dip and sex don't go together, do it?
No. Definitely not hummus. You be smelling like garlic in the bedroom and shit. That's not
aphrodisiac.
Just put up something. He's just like, think about it. Bean dip before bedtime, man. That's just
Dutch oven. Good morning, sunshine. Leave it to Red Baron to bring that up.
Man, no hummus for me, man. I'll try it one more time, man. I'll get another version of it or something. Maybe it was
because all hummus is chickpeas and garlic.
That's all it is. It's just chickpeas. It's just mashed up chickpeas, garlic, maybe
it was
maybe a little bit of butter, vinegar, olive oil, like depending on olive oil. Yeah, like depending on where you go.
Maybe it's a little too much olive oil in it. So
it is its own thing, and it's kind of an acquired taste, and that's why I'm saying you would acquire the taste if you have it with the rest of the Middle Eastern fare. Some nice grilled chicken that they do, some of that garlic sauce they put on there, some throw that all together in a sandwich with some rice and
you give me a lamb pita.
Yeah, baby boy, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
That's some good eating.
All right, I tell you what, man, because that'll get carried away. Because I'm gonna have to try it again, man. I don't want to swear that shit to hell and not have it properly be represented in front of me, man. I don't know what it was about. I can't remember what kind it was, but it didn't taste good to me. I'm just sorry.
It's acquired, man. It's specific.
Yeah, because it's a different, culture, different flavor profiles, and depending on who made it, they could have just made bad hummus.
I might have to listen to Crimson. He says, "Hey, Nomad, find a roasted red pepper or garlic hummus and eat it with some Frito scoops during the football."
Bro, the roasted red pepper garlic, like the roasted red pepper hummus is
that's basically a dip. That's basically like a French onion dip, but a hummus roasted red pepper dip.
That's good stuff, man. Like no.
I know you like French onion dip, right, Nomad?
Oh shit, yeah. Oh yeah.
There you go.
Grilled onion. I got some cucumber salad in my fridge now.
And Scrolls is nailing it, man. That's all you need. That's all you need, man. A little bit of that. If you have some rice, you roll that up in there and get some of that garlic sauce, man. That garlic sauce ties it together. Like it makes it that much better. But
and anything with garlic, you roast that garlic, it's gonna be that much more better.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, kids, you got to get human real quick before we start turning on this content.
I'm I'm about as human as it gets right now. Everything is vanilla. My daughter's back. My son's back in a week and a bit, and I'll have a full house for a couple of weeks, and then these people will likely just find their way into the ether of the world, and things will be back to normal. But yeah, man, I'm good. I don't have any real human stories or anything to that effect outside of work is slowing down because it's the holiday season coming up. And I'm broke as a joke for Black Friday, so I didn't buy a damn thing. And yeah, you know what I mean? Like that's it for me. Nothing special outside of being just generally in a great mood because my football team kicks effing ass. That's it. That's me.
Well, this week, I'm a little bit behind, and my mother's kind of mad at me for it.
What'd you do?
Well, she asked me to do something, and it was so I got a uncle, I think he's a great uncle. That's he's in the hospital, not in the hospital, but he's in a nursing home, and he has dementia. And he's they're going through some things with him, man. He's having some issues with a bunch of different things. At one point, he's being a little aggressive, and he's telling her that he don't have enough to do, and this, that, and the third. And he told her that he likes music, right? And something that I didn't know about him, but she asked me, she's like, can you put together something for him?
Mixtape or something like that, a CD?
Yeah, and he likes jazz, man. He's a jazzy guy, and he likes that kind of music. And I'm just like, okay. But I just been busy and to sit there. So I told her, she was like, do you have something that you can make like a bunch of music, put a bunch of, I do have an old ass iPod around here I didn't have for years that I don't even fucking use no more. And so I told her, I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll find that iPod, and I found it. And I had a bunch of shit on there, so I got to get rid of all that shit.
Bro, that's an undertaking. Like what you signed up for is an undertaking. In today's world, back in the day, it's something you would regularly do on a regular basis, so it wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, but swing through Napster, hook up some stuff.
You know what I'm saying? But like today, what's Napster? Where are you getting the jazz from?
Well, nowadays it's YouTube. Whatever song, go to YouTube. Go to the thing where you not translate, but convert it to MP3, and then download MP3 to your device.
But that's a process.
It's fucking 3 clicks, kids. You lazy fuck.
Hey,
you
man,
go to the video, you double click on the URL, you copy it, you paste it into the MP3 converter, literally paste, click, convert, and then download. That was 4 clicks, kids.
I could have built a house in the time you told that.
But that 4 clicks. But peep game, no, that 4 clicks takes like 5 minutes. One song on Napster was like 45 minutes.
Yeah, and I had 45 minutes of time to waste for my beats back then. Now I just stream it, right? So it's so crazy, man. I used to burn CDs on a regular. I used to burn CDs and sell them out of the trunk of my car. I had, you name a like album, I had duplicates and triplicates in my car, just hawking that shit at the basketball court back in the day, or at the mall parking lot. Just something I used to do. Then I upgraded to the DVDs, and that was like the thing that I was doing, just hustling along with other things. But you know what I mean? That's today. No,
I'm with you on that.
Well, do Smitty Q, just create a playlist, say jazz, and then the algorithms is going to keep pumping jazz.
But is he savvy enough to run some YouTube on his own?
I can get it done.
Yeah?
Oh yeah. I can get it done. I'm not the same guy you met a long time ago. I can figure it. I get it done. You just the long process, I think, is what Tripp said, is going through the converter process.
Yeah.
But it's not hard. I've done that before too.
No, it ain't nothing hard about it. It's just the actual dedication of doing it. Like I've got like who's saying it in the chat? Oh, Crimson saying he's got 2,000 songs on his phone. I think I have I probably have 50 MP3s on my phone, and it's all like my own or my son's music. Outside of that, nothing. I have hard drive upon hard drive upon hard drive of MP3s just floating around this actual office that I never touch because I can stream all those tracks at this point. I spent
also what's easy now is like if you got Amazon Prime, you download the Prime Music app and just type in whatever the hell you want, whether one artist and it'll play their entire catalog or music of that genre, or Spotify, just one of the streaming apps.
That's a good catch though, Trip. If he, and again, I don't know how savvy he is with dementia and all that at this time in his life, but if he has a Prime account and he's ordering stuff in, you could just make him a jazz playlist on Prime. It's free. It comes with his account.
I mean, we might have to go down that road, man, just to make it simplified and, put it on do something like that. That's easier than going through the whole process of downloading all this music and, giving it to him. And then I'll fuck around and give it to him and he can't even fucking operate the iPad.
There's that too. Yeah. I didn't even really think about that because like that might be outside of his realm as well, right?
He'll be fine long as we there, or my mother's there, whoever's there to operate the thing for him. But you know how older people are. Once the thing stopped, they don't know how to restart it. And then next thing you know, he's confused and upset and frustrated. Now he's ready to whip on a nurse or something. Who knows? Just crazy stuff, man. So I think I'm gonna have to call him, man. It might be another way to have to go about that. Instead of doing all that and putting it on But I had it in my heart to do it, was gonna do it, but maybe I didn't do it because I knew it had to be a better way or something.
So see what you can figure out, man, because maybe it's easiest to stream it. And like I say, the upside is what Trip just suggested to you is actually technically free. It's going to be baked in. You could even use your mom's. You know what I mean? You use your mom's
Amazon.
I could just upload iHeart Music on his phone and just tell it to play jazz or find
you could do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, because it's going to end up being the app, whichever app you choose, whether it be Prime Music or iHeart or Spotify, and just put the app on his phone and, just get him to understand that this app means music and have navigate it with him a few times to show him like it's going to pop up ads or something. Here's how you get rid of them. Just walk him through it a few times.
And Brenda said you'll never see him without a single earbud in his ear. Man, I don't fuck around with music when I'm out and about. Like I barely listen to music when I'm driving now, man, because I want to see, hear, and everything going on around me. It's just me and my antennas up, man. It's just I feel like I need to be more aware of what's going on than vibing out to some music. That's just me, but I'll get somewhere, and if I'm parked and I can see everything going on around me, waiting on a girlfriend or whatever, I'll turn on some shit and bang something. But riding around, I ain't fucking with no music and phones and doing none of that.
You don't play music while you're driving?
Not really, unless I'm on a road, like down the road, we on the highway or something like that. That's different.
Oh, you crazy.
I ain't tripping like that, man, on no music. I'll get to that shit when I get back to the house.
Oh, no, man. I can't. The second I get in my car, off goes the radio. Unless if the radio is banging like some
old school mix,
you know what I'm saying? Some old school 80s jams that I'm into, maybe I'll leave it on for a minute or two. But the second I get in my car, I sync up my Spotify. I sync up with Bluetooth, and it's on. I'm jamming to God knows what. You know what I mean? Like all the way out in the streets. Wherever I'm at, I stop, get to where I'm at, and I'm probably busting the lyrics to whatever I was just jamming to all the way through. Like grocery shopping, I don't give a shit what's going on. I'm like singing and rapping all the way through the grocery store. People look at me like I'm crazy. I can give 0 Fs.
You in the cereal aisle talking about life is too short.
You know what I'm saying? What?
I definitely can't do that.
Betty, excuse me.
I definitely can't. I wish I could just go in there and put an old ass record player on. And
but that's the problem with record players, though. They take records.
Mm-hmm.
You get to buy them shits.
Yeah,
and you got to physically pick up the platter, put the new platter down, then put the needle on the record, and then put the needle on the record, and put the needle on the record, and hope that the jazz goes like this.
Put a nickel on the needle, Trip.
Oh yeah, you gotta get a little scotch tape,
weight on it,
weigh it down. Yeah, but nowadays, the good turntables got,
Mr. C put some weight on it.
Yeah, got that already built in. But yeah, that's old school. But I don't think Unc's trying to do all that.
Hey, shout out to the Bishop that just busted up in here, Smitty Q and everybody else, man. That just create culture just busted in here. Real quick, let me go let my cat in real quick. Y'all just talk some shit for a second.
But yeah, man, that's wild. I'm surprised he doesn't. Bro, I went to the eye doctor today, and I was jamming out all the way there, all the way home, just wild rock and roll and shit. And I couldn't get the radio off because the radio was playing some vibes today. I don't know what was going on, but normally I'm cringing and I hate what's going on the radio. Can't stand radio under normal pretenses. But they were playing some funk today, man. I jammed out people, and I go ham in the car. I'm like that, you know what I mean? With the daddy and he's like slamming the kid and shit. That's
right.
That's me. When my son saw that meme for the first time, he's like, "Oh my god, that's my dad." You know what I mean? Like,
but you always know it was a good ride when you get into your car and you start it up and the music is blaring. And it scares you. And you go, oh, shit, I was having a good time.
I was jamming out yesterday, Yeah, that's exactly me, man. When I got my Infinity for the first time, my Infinity, kind of like it was a bit of a step up for me coming from like a little Suzuki before. I got the sunroof and the whole thing. And this is back when 2 Chainz was bumping. So got my new car, get in there. My son gets in for the first time and I'm playing. Oh man, shit! I can't remember. I had the track going, but it's like there's no ceilings type of shit, and we would just spend the whole time jamming because I kept pointing at the sunroof. Man, we got no ceilings, baby. It was hype, man. We had some good times in that car.
But your hands go up, and they stay there.
And they stay there, like all them tracks, and that's how we rolled to football practice. Every football practice, we get my boy all hyped up, ready to go, and he just go crush fools, man. But what up, Terrence? Good to see you out there in the chat.
T Will.
Big ups to the scrolls out there as well.
Now see that's some Red Baron shit right there.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Wait, now
don't even repeat that shit.
This is the comment right there. But that's true though. Because especially like Scrolls, aka Red Baron, he's in San Diego, so their life is a beach, literally.
Oh, you got a QX60 keys,
and
man.
He liked to ride through Marvin Gaye's "Sexual Healing" extended version.
Oh,
yeah, and then they get all the the ladies out there, all the Karens, turn around. Because they all like the soul food, whether they like to admit it or not. Then the extended version too. Come on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've been listening to a lot of Marvin Gaye lately. A lot. I'm inspired by all music, but in particular,
Marvin had feeling, emotion, meaning.
Like I've heard what's going on and different joints that it takes a different kind of presence. Yeah. It presents differently if like you produce music, man. And I listen to like the very beginning of what's going on, that sax riff. It's an alto, it's an alto sax riff in the very beginning of that song. That's dope.
Yeah, it is.
Oh man, dog.
The intro to that track is nice.
Lyrics of that, it's still poignant to this day.
Yeah,
man,
it's a good. That's a good all around. That's a good all around song. I do have to say though, for me, I'm an Al. If it comes to like soul like that, I'm about some Al Green, man. Al Green's my guy.
See, you're right on culture because that was Tupac had that kind of emotion as well.
Yeah.
man,
you know, to where they use the medium of music to convey messages to theirs and other communities, you know, on reflections of what was going on, not only in their communities, but in society as a whole with, you know, wars and such. So, you know, that's one of the signs of a true artist and not just an entertainer. You know, there's a difference. You know, anybody can, you know, put on a blonde wig, some sequin outfits and learn how to, you know, shake the ass for a couple hours. But it takes an actual talent, an actual artist to be like, hey, I wanted to ease the pain, to share the pain, to show the pain of XYZ situations, but in a entertaining and more comforting to the ear, so that society will listen and maybe comprehend and take changes for these things. Now, sadly, many of the things that we hear in these songs don't change, but the meanings are still there.
I gotta read what Create Culture says. Was you gonna read that, kids?
No, but I can. We are conscious human beings, all children under the sun, but they like this. They'd like us just to be worker bees.
Can I take off on that, man? Because
you can go for it.
Create Culture, that is so me in this new version of me. That is me trying to, like, in fact, so much so, just being that conscious human being and trying to figure out a way to connect all these conscious human beings together, because that's the threat. Once all the conscious human beings connect in a chain, we're impossible to stop. That's why what you said before about why Tupac is gone and all that kind of stuff. That's the fear.
Don't look now.
All conscious human beings linked together as a chain. There's no more that place for, you know, capitalism and dominance and exceptionalism, and you got this class of people up here and the rest of everybody else is down here as worker bees. My music is starting to reflect that. And so if you want to talk about somebody that's got that frequency going on and can vibrate to that, that's me 110% Create Culture. I appreciate that comment, bro.
Don't look now, but you're starting to sound like me now. So I'll leave that alone.
Don't leave it alone. Speak to
it. What's another word for a worker bee? What? Give me two
sentences. You can't say that.
You could. It's a word that can be said. What's wrong with that word?
You can't say that.
I can't say that word. I won't say it.
I wouldn't want to.
Indentured servitude.
Yeah, that's a better way to say that.
Well.
No. The step below indentured servitude.
No. That but you nailed it. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. I had a conversation with this man off camera. We do all the time. Sometimes me and this guy go at it for like 2 hours just shooting shit on crazy stuff. But yes, indentured servitude is a thing, and we're that. All of us. And once we figure things out, once folks start opening their mind and their eyes to what is blatantly in front of them, and they start to connect on that level, drone is another great word, right? That's another great word. Not the ones that fly in the sky, but the ones that are controlled.
Unit.
Well, no, those are guys without Johnsons. But I'm with you, though. You know what I mean? Like I was with you the first time. In either event, that's what we all are for those who are flipping the bill, or at least believe that they're flipping the bill, or have tricked the world into believing they're flipping the bill. We're all in debt to them. Therefore, that makes us, you know what?
Well, I look at it this way, and we'll close this and get into some food and drinks here in a second. That's kind of the what do you want to call it? That's kind of the veil that this works for everybody. The system that we are all stuck in and trying to, man, there's people out here that need their credit cards just to put groceries in their house every month, man. Literally need to put their groceries on credit. That ain't living. That ain't living. You just barely surviving. And they got new cars, new vehicles, and it's all the fluff. New homes, it's all the fluff. All these payments, insurance is high. It is all a fluff and a front to portray something in front of you so that you think they're better than you. You take that away from any human being. Now you're sitting out here, we're going to find out what kind of people we have in this world very, very soon. I'm talking about within this year and the year to follow, we're going to find out exactly what kind of human beings we have. Do we have human beings that can vibe to a frequency, or do you need this system in order for you to survive? You and your persona, you and your psyche. Is it something about what we have going on that makes you you? Because we're going to find out. We're going to find out. If you can't vibe to this new frequency, you will be null and void. Period. I can say that, and I'm going to do a whole other channel to be talking about this kind of stuff. But I'm telling you guys right now, if you are an individual living in this world and you know that you can do better as an individual, and you know there's something that you can do to heighten that aspect of your life, start doing it now. That's the best thing I can tell you. Start doing that shit now. Whatever it is, but start heightening your frequency, man. Get your vibration up, because I'm telling you, you're going to need it. You won't be able to cope. That sounds like crazy talk to you, to a lot of people right now, but I promise you that will ring true here shortly. Mark my words. But all right, let's get to some food and drink. We always do food first, don't we?
Most times.
All right, let's do that. I got a good one for you, kids. I think you're going to be triggered by a few things we got here today.
All right.
Let's go with this. What do you think about that?
This is always dope. Ain't nothing wrong with this.
You've had it before?
100 times.
Come on.
You would be surprised by the sheer volume of human beings in Canada who swear they're from Ireland and probably just aren't. But yeah. Anyways, Irish stew. Ingredients: beef bouillon, potatoes, celery, bay leaves. So I guess there's another use for bay leaves. Parsnips, carrots, lamb shoulder, butter, flour, chives.
You know what this is, right?
This is Irish stew.
No. Well, yeah, but this is just beef stew, except there's no beef, there's lamb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like under normal pretenses, it wouldn't be lamb shoulder. When I've had it, it isn't lamb shoulder. It's usually just cube beef.
So you haven't had it before?
Okay, not with lamb shoulder, no.
Okay, you haven't had it then. Well, everybody's
had because what you had was beef stew, kids.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess it was Irish beef stew, quote unquote.
Well, what makes it Irish is the lamb versus the beef.
You think so? Yeah.
Everything else is identical, except for maybe the parsnips.
You know what? When I saw the recipe, I thought for sure when I went to look at it, I knew it was going to be some kind of what do you call that, corned beef in it. I thought it was going to be corned beef, but I thought it was going to be corned beef,
like corned beef and cabbage corned beef.
Like that kind of corned beef.
Oh, that's Irish. Like the Irish would claim that one.
No, but it's lamb. That culture is heavy on the lamb, man. You got a lot of rural people out there in Ireland, man, that farm lambs and herd lambs, and as our culture.
You've seen cattle farms, right? With cows.
Of course.
You see how big they are. You know how much land and you know how much work they are. Whereas lambs, much smaller. You know, one person can herd the lambs with the little sheepdog, and it's like they all just kind of go right into the pen. You shear them for the wool. That's why some of the best wool sweaters come from Ireland, because they're so got the lambs. That's kind of their thing over there. They're not cow people, they're lamb people. And so instead of beef stew, it's lamb stew, but instead of calling it lamb stew, it's Irish stew, because you have all of the same ingredients and it's prepared the exact same way. And it's the one of the key giveaways is the beef bouillon, because there's no such thing as lamb bouillon. So it's just what they have.
Hey, does it seem like I have a story for every damn dish? Is it just me, or do I have a story for like every fucking thing we make? I mean,
I don't know, but by all means, hit your story.
Well, y'all gonna be tripping on me because I only had lamb once in my life.
And it was in an Irish stew?
Nope, it wasn't no Irish stew. I bought a lamb roast. This is like when me and this girl first got together, and we were just, I was introducing her to my cooking, and it was just different. And so I decided, she was just like, okay, we'll try it. So we bought the thing. I made the lamb roast, and it was good. You know what I mean? I put some big portobello mushrooms up in there, put some red wine in it, man. It made a nice little basting sauce on it. And I just basted that thing for hours, and it came out good. But I think, and we haven't bought it since, man, because she just didn't like the taste of it, because lamb was new to her too. It's like any meat, like deer or anything like that, any meat that's new to you and you're not used to that flavor, that taste, you're gonna be kind of turned off, even though the meat was delicious, man. So we haven't bought lamb since then.
So the thing about lamb for me, I would prefer it in a stew or boiled down. Like it can be super gamey and tough. It can be in a stew or something along these lines. Boiled down, it can get super tender and like I think it's a fair amount more enjoyable in that case scenario than a lamb chop or anything along those lines. That's just me. I've had tons of there you go. Yeah, man. I was just Larry T knows what's up. Like I've been going to this wild Indian restaurant lately, having this thing called biryani, and it's just like a rice bowl with stewed mutton, and boy, that mutton is so tender, it's crazy. Like I was like, I brought it home. I was like to my wife, do you eat lamb? She's like, yeah, but I don't like it. I was like, you have to test this out. Like this is the bombest, most tender mutton I've ever had, and she tested it out. After that, we were hitting that biryani spot, man. Get yourself some biryani, y'all. Like, tell them Ked sent you, and you'll be very surprised when you have it. It is a thing.
All right, now, a thing is some beautiful skillet seared lamb chops. You sear them in a skillet with butter, maybe a little garlic, and then after you've made that paste with the fresh herbals, on it, then you put it in the oven for a little bit, and then you serve that with some roasted asparagus, maybe some garlic mashed potatoes, and it's just so nice and pink there in the middle. The scrolls, not as pink as you like it there, Red Baron, but pink nonetheless, and it's just tender, and you suck those bones. And they're just like spare ribs or ribs, but they're just smaller, because the animal is smaller. But yeah, don't sleep on those ribs, lamb chops.
Hey man, you know what? That's this dish right here. I'm gonna have to try her again with the lamb. I'll have to figure out some way to, because I thought it was pretty tasty. It didn't throw me off. Like didn't
so
have.
You never had a gyro?
Yeah.
Well, that's lamb.
That's lamb.
Okay, well, okay, so I was wrong. Then I'm just talking about just pure lamb. Gyro is a gyro meat is like it's like a meatloaf. It's like what it is.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's
Yeah,
So
but I mean, it's still lamb.
Lamb.
It's just a different way of preparing lamb, so it's gonna have a different flavor. Just think about how many different ways there are to cook chicken.
Larry T's right. It's usually a bit of a mismatch of lamb and beef with some specific spices. But anyways,
this all I know is this dish looks delicious. There's nothing in this. I have no idea what a parsnip is. I ain't gonna lie to you, but
it's like
what would you compare it to, man?
It's hold on.
It's like a turnip.
Kinda, but it doesn't taste like a turnip.
I only said that because it got nip at the end.
It kind of is, but they just don't have the same flavor.
A parsnip is a starchy, cream-colored root vegetable related to the carrot and parsley. Known for their distinct sweet, earthy, and nutty flavor, they are versatile ingredient in cooking and offer nutritional benefits.
It winds up. A carrot is a good comparison. It's sort of like the cross between a turnip, a potato, and a carrot. If you want to test out if you want your woman to try out lamb, this is probably your best bet. Boil this sucker down. The meat will get so tender, and just feed it to her, man. Just give it to her, and she'll test it out and go, what is this? This is super tender. Like that's what she'll say, and then you can tell her it's lamb. Don't tell her it's lamb up front.
I'm gonna have to trick her, man. You're gonna have to.
That's what I'm saying. Put it in the pot, boil it down, feed it to her. She will love it. I guarantee.
That's like the worst thing. That's like an omen to me. Don't be playing games with me. Don't be trying to trick me with no fucking food now.
Don't be getting me nothing like that.
That's why I get hit in the mouth like that.
Man, look at this. I've done lamb chops seared in butter, garlic, right? Rosemary. Yeah, I'm sure that rosemary, thyme, parsley paste, with what is it? Parmesan cheese, and I believe some breadcrumbs. I believe that's what goes on it. On the grill using indirect heat. Oh, I bet that is delicious.
Garlic and rosemary turns that out. Garlic and rosemary every fucking time with that butter. Rosemary is a very underrated seasoning, man. Very, very underrated. Might be the most. I'd say rosemary and thyme probably the two most underrated seasonings. You guys might want to argue that, but those to me are very underrated. Maybe cumin.
Well, cumin goes in. I would disagree with cumin. Cumin goes in so many things that you just don't think about. So, like, if you're making chili, you should be putting some cumin in your chili. It's just chili powder. You know what I mean? That's part of that chili powder mix. Just gives it a bit more oomph, a little bit more funk.
Yeah, like anything Mexican, really.
Yeah, man. Anything Mexican, you can throw that cumin in. So that's what I'm saying. Probably a lot more used than you think, but you probably go to the store and get chili mix or chili powder, or even curry has a bunch of cumin in it. It's a weird thing. But thyme, thyme's super underrated. In the Caribbean, we use thyme for everything. The thyme's in everything.
I hear you in there, Scrolls. I gotta find me some crushed rosemary. I think the rosemary I got in there is kind of leafy.
Well, what like Scrolls is referring to with rosemary and baked chicken, that's very Greek. So you rosemary, bake rosemary with the chicken, olives, and tomatoes. And that's just a very Mediterranean light dish.
I agree. That is very Mediterranean. Anything with olives and Mediterranean can't claim that as they just specialize in olives and olive making. That's for sure. But all right, let's get to. We got another little soup. We got another little soup and stew. I think this is the bomb for me.
Let's see, butter, garlic, rosemary, thyme. Make steaks right now.
Anybody can take off.
Let's see, beef and lentil soup. Ingredients: lentils, garlic, onion, beef stock, Moroccan cumin, allspice, beef, paprika, stewed tomatoes, salt, pepper, carrots, and potatoes.
Shit, you got me there.
I don't know what Moroccan cumin is, but I bet it's good. Anything Moroccan.
I don't know what the difference is either, man. I couldn't tell you. But
it's something that they have indigenous to Morocco that they added with the cumin.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So like Moroccan regional spices are thrown into the cumin. Okay, I got you. That makes sense. Stewed tomatoes is where you got me, man. That's where you got me. This is gonna have a really nice flavor. I've never had this, but I can tell what it's like already. This with the stewed tomatoes. It's stewed tomatoes, pepper, carrots, potatoes. It's similar to something in the Caribbean we call stew beef. That's what we call it, beef stew. Caribbean beef stew is a little bit different than your standard beef stew, mainly because of the stewed tomatoes. It gives it a really rich, almost vinegary flavor that you wouldn't expect, but it works very well.
This is your jam, ain't it? I can look at this and
I can eat this. I could eat this for sure. I would enjoy this. But again, you put two soups on here, soup and a stew, you're screaming kids, bro. That's me. That's me all day long. You should have seen what I put together this week, man. I had soup. I cooked up soup on Sunday. I ate it till Wednesday. It was a beautiful thing.
Well, wait till you see the third. I got an extra one this week. I got an extra dish and an extra drink. So this ain't the end of it, but this is, man, I'd eat the entire pot of this. Trips, but go ahead, man. My bad.
Oh yeah. Okay. Moroccan cumin is the ground seed of the Cuminarium samanum plant, which is a member of the parsley family. It can also refer to the broader Moroccan spice blend that features cumin as a primary ingredient, often alongside coriander, paprika, cinnamon, and ginger. But these blends are not made of just cumin. Therefore, whether it refers to pure ground cumin or a blend depends on the context. And the flavor profile is warm, earthy, nutty, and slightly peppery.
You know what, man? Because I think the feature of this is definitely the cumin. Because the cumin is going to give it a somewhat chili flavor to it. But I think the secret to this is definitely, I know the stewed tomatoes triggers you, kids, but I think I never had a lentil until I was like 26 years old, 25, 26. I didn't know what it was. So I met a Mexican girl that was cooking.
What do you mean you did a lentil soup?
I didn't know what a lentil was until I was like 26.
25. you Jesus,
like, I was like, what,
you had beans before, right? Like you had beans before you were 26, right?
Bro, I had a lot of beans, but I just nobody made lentils in my home, man. So I didn't know until I was with a Mexican girl and she got to cooking some shit at the apartment, man. I was just like, and it was good as fuck. I was like, what is these little beans in here?
What are these little shits?
And she was like, they're lentils. I was like, what the fuck is a lentil? And she's laughing at me like y'all are.
It's funny you say, because that's how I figured it out too. But again, rice and peas, which is beans. I mean, stew beef has lentils in it, has mad beans, generally kidney beans. I grew up eating beans on a day, like basically on a daily basis. Like there's beans everywhere. I just never had anybody call it lentils before. So it was the same thing as you, bro. I was dating a girl from Chile, and she cooked. She's like, I'm gonna cook for you. We'll have some lentil soup and or chili. Which would you want me to cook for you? And I was like, what's a lentil? You know what I mean? I kind of said the same damn thing. And she looked at me all sideways, went and got kidney beans. She's like, you're trying to tell me you don't know about you don't know what a damn lentil is? And I was like, that's
okay, right. What age were you?
That's beans.
What age?
I was a little bit younger than 26. So I dated her when I was 18 years old. So yeah.
So it ain't that much. You just got to a little earlier.
Yeah, about eight years earlier, but it's
this isn't typical in a black family's cabinet, man. You won't just go find your average American black family with lentils in their cabinets, man. I ain't never really met nobody with none.
Well, let me ask you this now, Matt. You got some of these?
What's that? Yeah. What is that? Italian barley? No, I don't.
Oh man, they make you some beef and barley soup.
Oh,
I had to get some of that.
And I saw the last episode of MF in the Kitchen on some extra sauce last Wednesday, last month, which was November. And when Chef Trips was on there, he made that ground beef American poutine kind of thing. Yeah. And so I was inspired, and I got some of these. And
what is that?
Cheese curds.
Oh, okay. Word. Okay, now you got the real curds. Now, what are you gonna do with those?
Well, I think I'm gonna try that.
You're gonna try his recipe?
That poutine dish that Chef Trips did, because it looks delicious, and I want to try it in my kitchen.
Okay, sweet. So now you got the real thing. So when you open that bag, grab one of the curds and twist it. It should squeak. If your curds squeak, you know you got some bomb ass cheese curds. This is like the cheese curd litmus test.
He got. It doesn't twist or tear. It should squeak.
It should, like when you tear it, you will hear it. You will hear it.
You got frozen cheese curds, man.
Huh?
Those are frozen.
Are those frozen?
Yeah.
Okay, well, when they're, man, you need them fresh. You need them fresh.
Hey, man. Hey.
Gotta get them fresh.
Well, I don't know where you do that around these parts.
I don't either. I'm not sure where you would find fresh cheese curds out where you are, but we get them here, and that's half the battle.
It's Chicago. You can find it. If it's available, it's in Chicago somewhere. You can find it.
I'm sure. Like y'all got so much food over there. I guarantee there's fresh cheese curds somewhere in Chicago. It's just a matter of hunting it down. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean.
All right. Last thoughts on beef and lentil soup. This is like, man, like I'm a soup guy, and shout out to Terrence Williams, who me and him had a private conversation. He was just like, he loves when we do the food because he's trying to change his diet and eat a little more healthy. And he's like, soup, I can eat soup every day, all day. That is a very good way to get healthy, man. Eating this kind of, I say, you don't have to take the lentils out, maybe not put so many in. And all of this is good keto stuff.
Put them lentils in there, man.
You can't have, if somebody's trying to honor keto, man, you can't tell them that. I'm talking about keto. For somebody, if you're not honoring,
man, brother, beans is good. Beans is good protein for the keto diet.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, bro.
It's a cheat, kids. I don't know who told you that.
No, beans ain't no cheat.
All beans are starch, man. Any bean. They tell you to be careful with tomatoes.
Tomatoes is not, carrots is not. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure beans are, and we'll keep it moving. But
wait, beans are what? A magical fruit?
No, they starchy, and the keto diet is trying to get the starch out of your diet. Yeah, you got to check it out, man. But we're gonna keep rolling. We're gonna keep rolling because we got one more dish, kids, and I think this one is gonna really tickle your fancy. Give me 1 second. 1 second, I'll find it. What you think about that, Canuck?
What do we got? Butter chicken. Oh, come on now. Yeah, so I'm all about this too. This is great. Butter chicken masala. Ingredients: garam masala, cumin, chili pepper, cayenne pepper, garlic chicken, coriander, cilantro. Oh, I've never had it with cilantro.
Cilantro is just the garnish on top.
Okay. Cilantro, yogurt.
Greek yogurt probably instead of a heavy cream.
Yeah, you gotta for the keto diet.
Frozen or is he stunned?
He'll come right back, man.
I'm back. So butter, tomato sauce, cream, and lemon juice. This have you guys had butter chicken? Either one of you?
I already told you I didn't.
Yeah. No, you've had it, Trip. It's delicious. Like if you haven't had it, most definitely they're not keto friendly. Really?
No,
shit. I gotta stop eating beans then because I'm fucking around with some beans. I'm trying to get back.
But now just be aware that look at the ingredients: cumin, chili powder, cayenne pepper, coriander. All those are can be hot. You know, so all together it's going to be a spicy assault on your tongue. So, you know, that butter chicken looks like, oh, it's going to be smooth. Yeah, that's very spicy.
It can be, yeah, it can be a very spicy dish. So beware in that regard. This is generally an Indian dish you'll get at an Indian restaurant. Layer that over top of some rice, and you are a happy camper. Let me tell you, this is great stuff. They boil it down, and when I say they boil it down, they're boiling down that chicken. The chicken is nice and tender in the sauce. The sauce is, like, they call it butter chicken. It doesn't taste, the sauce does not taste like butter. Just given this list of ingredients, it's kind of got a creamy, almost like, it's like a creamy mixture of chili and I had it. It's like it's chili but not chili, and curry but not curry. That's what the mixture is. This is a great dish.
You've had it, Trips?
Oh yeah, that's how I know it's spicy. You know, because it looks smooth. There's butter in the title, and then you eat it, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm on fire. You know, give me some more of that pita bread. You know, give me some more some side of yogurt or something to cool it down, because it's heat intensified with all the different peppers. I mean, you get that many different peppers in one dish, it's going to be some heat to it.
Yeah.
So it's something that will also remind you how hot it is on the way out.
It's not that hot.
Well,
it's hot.
Well, hey,
it's hot on the tongue. It shouldn't be hot on.
You tell that to my boom boom.
and tell it to Scrolls. He says you got to have a spiritual connection with the toilet after this.
See, even Red Baron knows. That was before I said it.
All right, that just means that my boom boom has been
hardened, intensified.
It's predisposed to this type
condition.
Preconditioned. Yes.
Like, I look at this, like, if my girlfriend cooked this and she pulls it out of the oven and puts this up, I look at this right on its face, and she puts that on the stove just like that. And I'm gonna open that oven up. I'm like, where your food at? Because I'm gonna eat all this, man. Like tender chicken thighs have to be one of my favorite things in the world. Very tender chicken thighs, and anything gravy. This is what this looks like. It's red gravy.
That's what it is.
I've made chicken marsala, but it wasn't spicy at all. You know what I mean? But this is, you know, the garam masala, the cayenne pepper, the chili pepper, the coriander, all the stuff Trish just got through talking about. All that together in one chicken dish would be new to my palate, and probably new to my stomach, and new to my bottom when it's coming out. So I think he's right. If you're new to something like this is gonna be.
So let me straighten y'all out. This dish is easily made without the chili pepper and cayenne pepper. I'll just be frank here. You don't. That's definitely if you are
adverse.
You know what I'm saying? If you're adverse, you could pull both of these things out and still get the true flavor of what you're trying to put down without the added kick. I would suggest you use one of the two peppers, probably the chili pepper, because I would suggest
or whatever it is. Use like an eighth of whatever there
you go,
suggesting,
just for flavor. Like the chili flavor, it's just sort of going to mix with the cumin anyway. So that's why I'm saying you could probably live without the chili pepper. Cayenne pepper though is a little bit of a different thing. That will give it a kick. But
gotta be careful with that.
Yeah, you do. You do have to be careful with the cayenne.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. This is a fantastic dish, man.
Yeah, especially over some rice.
Yeah.
To be totally honest with you, I've never made a chicken dish that I put yogurt in.
So the yogurt, gives it a very creamy flavor. Now, the other part of the yogurt is that it kind of cools out, and that's why I'm saying it's not that spicy. It kind of counterbalances that pepper. So
that's why you can get that side of yogurt too.
Kind of like sour cream does with Mexican.
Yeah, exactly.
You got it. It's exactly like in it. So when I go for biryani, they'll serve you something that's similar to this with 3 spice levels, and spice level 3 will kick your ass. I had it the other day, but they serve it with a side order of yogurt. So you just dip in the yogurt because it's fire. You may have problems, when you hit that John later on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you
wishing for that bidet.
You cool out.
Look at what Scrolls said. Somebody
cool it now.
Be in the bathroom making Bollywood beats.
Bongra is what they call it. That's
exactly what's going on.
That's crazy.
All them symbols in China. Ring, 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 ring.
I'm telling you, but yeah, you get that yogurt on the side. My wife. It was funny because when we went, I was trying to get her to eat the mutton because the mutton had 0 spice level, and she was like, "But I want the shrimp." I'm like, "But babe, the shrimp is spice level 2." I had spice level 1 the other day. I know you don't have any tolerance for spice, so spice level 2 is gonna kick your ass. But I want the shrimp.
You talking about me?
But no, my wife. You know what I mean? I was like, so spice level 2 is gonna kick your ass, man. But I want the shrimp. So we went back and forth until she ordered the shrimp, and I just stood there. I just sat there and stared at her the whole time, knowing it's gonna take 2 bites before she looks at me and goes, "What the did I just order?" You know what I mean? Like this is absolute fire. So next thing I know, she just kind of, because she didn't want to admit it, just kind of looked around, sweating, and grabbed the yogurt and just started dipping, bro. Just dipping in this yogurt, and I burst into laughter. I was like, "See, I told you should have had the damn mutton," because you know what I mean. But stubborn ass.
I think spices are something that I think at some point in your life, like my mother is. She's up there, man, and she's not old, but she can still spicy foods. I think it's just about your system. It's all about your system, your stomach, and what it will and will not tolerate. And your stomach will let your ass know. And it's up to you not to be jug-headed and bullheaded and not listen and stop putting spicy shit in there and messing up your system.
Or at least not too much.
Like threshold, you know what I mean? Like you can't.
Moderation.
Very much so. Very
and
much.
Like Black Sheep in a chat. Indian butter chicken is really good. Do you know the difference between like, let's say this butter chicken masala and Indian butter chicken?
Is there a difference? Trip,
curry.
Do you know?
I think the tomato sauce.
Curry.
No, he's saying there's a high curry content. They add curry to the mix as opposed to some.
Is tomato sauce an ingredient in the butter chicken you eat, kids?
I would think so. Yes.
Do you taste it?
No.
Well, no. The difference in curry is like the difference in the peppers.
Yeah.
So instead of, I think, the chili pepper, they're putting in curry.
It would be curry. It'd be curry, cumin, cayenne. So again, the upside it would be less spicy, but spicy to those who aren't used to curry. You know what I mean? Right. Like some people find curry very spicy. I don't.
Some people find curry very offensive.
Yes.
Hey, yes. Larry, I just did that the other day, man. So hey, come on back when you get done. Don't get sleepy, man. Come on back.
Well, only burn it on the outside. Leave it pink on the inside.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bishop. You got to ease in the spicy dishes, man. You just can't dive in because it's gonna burn. You're gonna burn your ass up, man.
Well, that's the problem with a lot of the Middle Eastern and all that cuisine over there is that you don't know until you eat it, and then it's too late.
You said
I got a funny story for this, but I ain't gonna tell it right now because we got to keep it moving. I got burned by a Middle Eastern family, man. They laughed at me. My ass was burning, man.
Boom, boom, kids. You heard it. Burn it, boom, boom.
It was hot going in. It was worse coming out.
Oh boy.
Man, they were laughing. They're just like, he ain't ready. They was like, he ain't ready. I'm just like, you right, I ain't ready. But yeah, okay, that's the food, man. Any other last thoughts about this? Because what's interesting to me is this garam masala. Never heard of it, man. It's very new to my lexicon. And what is it?
I'm not 1,000,000,000% sure, but I'm pretty sure it is just sort of that it's that masala ingredient that sort of gives it that kind of flavor, but it in my opinion kind of gets drowned out by everything else in this list.
Okay. So say you.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me see what Scroll say. Y'all back home in the Shy, go to a restaurant called Fong's in Schiller Park. Get the spicy shrimp with fried rice, jumbo shrimp, and tell them Scroll sent you.
Man, don't be getting nothing in no Chinese restaurant that's spicy. You know when they got that little red pepper on the menu? Don't fuck with it.
Well, that's the red pepper I'm talking about. The white, there's 3 of them. There was 3 of them. I was like, don't do it, baby. Don't.
Those 3, yeah, those don't, yeah, no.
All right, we got some drinky drink to deal with.
What are we drinking?
Well, we drinking. Oddly, kids, I think all these drinks are gonna be to your liking. Let's start with and don't, if you say something wild, anybody in the chat trips, I'm coming through the screen on. I'm gonna hit you in the mouth, man. Don't say nothing crazy.
Here we go. What's he got? Oh, Negroni.
Oh, Negroni.
That's what it is. I've heard of this drink. I've never had it. Sweet vermouth. Okay, yeah, I've never had this before. So ingredients: white rum. I'm in. Sweet vermouth. I'm out. Campari lime juice. I'm in. Ice orange peel. I'm in. So I'm 50-50 with this one. But it's called Negroni, so I would definitely try it.
Hey, watch your mouth. Yeah, I've never had one of these personally, but Seth Meyers drinks one of these all the time on his outtake show. He Negroni, because he's been criticized because it wasn't made correctly.
Oh.
Didn't have ice or didn't have an orange peel or something that people were very critical of, the viewers, and they chastised him over the email with it and in the comments, because it doesn't look like this on the screen here of this picture. So whatever the difference was, it whatever. But yeah, white rum, I could mess with that. Sweet vermouth. All right. What is Campari?
I don't know.
New to me, very new to me.
I see both these motherfuckers. Like, I don't know.
I don't know Campari.
I only put it up there because maybe one of these motherfuckers might know. I just put it up.
Yeah, because I was like thinking calamari, and that's delicious when it's lightly fried.
It's a mixer. I just know it's a mixer. It's not a liquor. It's a mixer.
So it's a bitter liquor that
it's a liqueur.
Gives
this stuff. I've seen that bottle and didn't know what the hell it was.
Yeah, it gives that it gives the red coloring to the drink as well.
Oh yeah, you can drink Campari in cocktails such as a classic Negroni, Americano, and Boulevardier, or in a simple mix with soda and sparkling wine. It's also served in spritzers like Campari Spritz, or used in other creative drinks like Jungle Bird or Campari Old Fashioned.
It's like two songs from the time.
So it's a sweet thing. So yeah, it's something I would probably taste and probably go, ooh, that's sweet.
Why do you kids? Why do you turn your nose up to sweet vermouth?
I don't know. Have you had sweet vermouth before?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. What was it in?
Old fashioned.
Okay. Interesting. So this probably has a kick to it then.
No, it don't.
No?
No.
I don't know.
You said you had a Negroni.
No, I said I would have one because I'm black.
Represent.
That's the answer to it. I've never had a Negroni before. But
jabroni.
I've never had it either, but I've had sweet vermouth, man. I'll tell you this. I got a story for everything, man. But I met in Ackworth, Georgia. I met a Georgia State patrolman who lived in my townhouse complex, and we actually met through my girlfriend, made friends with his wife, right? And they got really cool, and I was always out there cooking and shit. And every time he would come home and his police shit, he'd always stop me and be like, "Man, what is that you cooking?" I was like, "Hey, man, anytime you want to, just stop on by, you can get you something." Anyway, they took that up, and one day I was having a little barbecue, so I was doing everything for everybody in the community. I mean, kids, every little kid can come up and get something to eat, whether it's burger, hot dog. Adults can come up and get something to eat. And it's a big townhouse community. I was just doing that for the neighborhood. And they came up and he was just like, "Man, I so appreciate what you did. I just want you, I'm gonna go and get something and I want you to enjoy it with me." I was just like, "What is it?" He said, "Don't worry about it, because if I say it, you might not like it and you might not want it." So he goes and gets all the stuff on old fashioned. In fact, I still got some of that shit in my house. Still got it because he made it. He made those for everybody and he left all the ingredients around. And so that's how I got introduced to vermouth.
Okay. I've had a couple old fashions. I'm not a fan. Just me. It's I know it's big in the USA right now, man, because that's how I came across it. I came across it on some I was out on a couple of business trips there. Like, we were doing a conference at my previous job. And every time we would go out and get something to eat, my boy Greg would order an old fashioned. I'm like, what the F's an old fashioned? And he's like, "Man, get this man an old fashioned." So like, I hit the old fashioned. I'm like, "Yo, this is you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit of a thing here, the old fashioned." But what I find when you're having a meal with that, it's a real good palate cleanser. And you really get focused on your meal, and then also on the old fashioned. So not bad with food.
So vermouth has a certain taste to it, and I think, and it's just put it to you this way: you can't overdo vermouth, or it is extremely sweet. Because an old fashioned should come with some cherry, should come with either a cherry or some cherry juice. You know, that's what I like in my drinks. If I have an old fashioned, just pour some of that cherry juice in there. And so you gotta be careful. This can turn into something really sweet really quick if the bartender doesn't know what they're doing.
Because now there's a difference between vermouth and sweet vermouth, right?
Yeah.
Because vermouth goes in martinis, right?
It does,
but not sweet vermouth.
No, sweet vermouth is more of a wine almost.
I got them both in here,
and that's why I don't like it, because I'm not a wine guy. I don't like wine.
Look at Bishop. He says he likes him a good old fashioned with some makers.
Well, Maker's Mark, nice.
All right.
So it was. I've had. Was it vermouth? Does vermouth go in Tom Collins?
Nope.
No.
Tom Collins goes in Tom Collins.
All right, Tom Collins mix, because I saw it in the movie and it was like, let me try one of those, and it was tasty.
My girlfriend just reminded me, this Trips, you got some ESP or something, man. My girlfriend just came 24 hours ago and she's like, we doing all kinds of shit, but we ain't had no Tom Collins. That's our shit besides Jameson. Tom Collins. I used to make that for her girlfriends. They used to be walking around, power walking and shit around tracks and shit, drinking Tom Collins. I was like,
what's the liquor in there?
Gin or vodka, whichever one you like.
Okay, see that I had it back in the day when I could enjoy those clear ones, because I think that was right after Circle of Trust movie with De Niro.
Tom Collins is undisputed, bro.
Yeah, because he went to the store to get some Tom Collins mix, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember drinking one of those, and it was good, but I can't process the clear liquors no more, so I can't mess with it no more. Because I used to love a dirty martini, 2 olives, the stuffed cheese olives.
You sure? Have you tried all the clear liquors?
Well, gin and vodka.
What about a clear tequila or clear rum?
A white rum?
Clear tequila, no. I get into the fisticuffs with the clear tequila.
Oh, you do? Oh,
That's what gin do to me.
gin?
You see, gin make me want to sin, but in the fun.
No girl around, I'm gonna sin. I'm gonna beat somebody's ass.
You see that clear tequila does that to me, and clear rum not so much. I like the darker or at least golden rums.
Well, dark liquor ain't good for you.
Well, but it tastes good, and
What's
I like
wrong
it.
with dark liquor?
It's not good for you. It got artificial coloring in it.
Oh,
really?
Okay.
Yeah, man, it's not good. For you.
So does Kool-Aid. You don't see me stop drinking that.
Truth be told, if you're gonna drink, the clearest you can get is the better you can get.
Tell that to my system.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Because I mean, I would like to, enjoy maybe some clear liquor every now and then.
Try some white rum or white tequila, man. I think that might change the game for you.
Yes, the Raspado or the Anejo. I think it's the Anejo that I really like in tequilas.
Who you calling Anejo?
See, watch it now. Watch your pronunciation.
All right,
because when you gone to a bar and like had a flight testings, and so you could taste the light, the dark, and the white of tequilas, let's say, or bourbons or scotches or whiskeys, and you can, if you remember which one you like, that's a good thing, because by the time you get through a flight, it gets hazy. But yeah,
man, you gotta keep trying the whites, man, until you get the white liquor that sits well with you. Don't just give up, man. Because like Mr. saying, that brown liquor got a lot of sugar in it.
Yeah, I'm to the point now where it's like, yeah, I like like your crowns, I like your scotches and your whiskeys, and vodkas and chins don't agree with me, so I'm good. I ain't got to try no more vodkas or chins.
Trust me, Trips. I'm more where you are than not. I am definitely in that neighborhood. We got the same hat on, smoking the same cigar, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. I'm just saying I need to change too.
Because it's not a taste thing with those clear liquors. It's a being physically unable to process those things.
Body tolerance thing, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It's
not like oh, I don't like the taste of it, or I don't want to drink it. It's like every time I drink it, I don't rest until I puke it up. So I'm not drinking that shit no more.
But are you still drunk after the puke?
No. I'm just irritated because
okay.
You know how you feel after you puke, because you got all the stomach acid taste and
brother. Sometimes I feel great, is what I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, you may feel relieved and better, but the high is gone, or the drunkenness is gone.
That's what I'm telling you. Sometimes,
yeah.
If you're doing it right, you come out of that situation even drunker than you were before.
No.
And the upside is now the stomach issue you were having is gone, and you can really
I'll tell you,
party. Now you can party.
I'll tell you what's going on there, kids. Number one, when you get to a point where you got the hurl going on, just know that the alcohol, the liquor, the fluid is going to filter through your stomach contents and get to the bottom faster than the stomach contents is going to filter and get to your digestive system. Listen, you just puking up food, and all you have sitting on your stomach now is liquor.
Yes, that was the purpose of the night.
No, that's not what happens.
Drunk as all hell. Trust me.
I would like puke up the food, right? Then I say, okay, I should be good now. But then I'm not good, because I won't be good until the actual clear liquor comes out, and it looks like I'm just pouring, the vodka or the gin, whatever, coming out of my mouth, and that's all I taste, because all the food has already been,
so now you're processing pure liquor out of your face.
Liquor.
That's not good. I've done that too.
And that's by the way, after I get that out, now I feel better.
By the way, Crimson. No, you're not the only one that drank liquor straight. I think Trip is more you. I think Trip is more like you. He'll drink that. He ain't trying to fuck around. He's gonna take some sips, drink it.
What's funny is I'm much more of a straight. I'll drink a straight dark rum on ice. I will drink whiskey on the rocks or straight. Scotch generally straight. I won't drink white rum straight. Tequila, I shoot it straight. I usually don't mix at all. But back in the days, I've been known to mix it up a little bit for the ladies mostly. I'll drink with them, but that's it.
Anybody want to give King Jeremy the Wicked a shout out and welcome him to the community?
He enjoys that shine. Jeremy the Wicked came in here gangbusters with the shine.
He said, I can drink straight. Right on. Well, in honor of King Jeremy, then our next break, I'm gonna go get me some eggnog and pour a little straight scotch in there.
There you go. You don't. You don't do rum in your eggnog?
Well, I don't have like a full bar at the crib right now, so
okay.
So it's what you got on the counter.
It's what's in the bar is what's in the drink.
I grew up drinking it, man, with some rum, but I'll take some scotch. Scotch.
Man, that's the only thing my mama would let me. The only time my mama ever in my life served me alcohol was rum in homemade eggnog, and it was the bomb. And me and my boy got smashed, and it was great.
Well, I mean, eggnog is very forgiving. You can have rums of any kind, scotches, bourbons, whiskey, almost any dark liquor. I would think goes in eggnog.
Keith Harris, I love that Appleton Estate. Actually, the dark one,
very good. I love that Appleton.
Oh, it's real good. It's real good rum, man.
I was sipping on that all Thanksgiving.
That's my regular. I cook with it. To be honest with you, I go through I buy it in the big, I buy the big bottle, and I throw that on my chicken, curate it. I throw it on my steak, curate it, give it a nice little, little wash.
You want to baste some meat, use some of that.
Yeah, man.
On your grill.
We gotta give Crimson a special shout out because he's a dry guy, and he's tolerating this.
Yeah,
he's dry and he's tolerating this alcohol talk, man, and I respect him for that, man. You just keep to the script, man.
Yeah, eggnog and brandy, delicious. Any kind of a dark liquor, I think, goes with eggnog.
I'm not a big brandy guy, man, but I can see how it will work because it's got that sweetness.
I don't like brandy.
You like brandy?
I don't like brandy.
No, I don't like it either. But I
like a strong whiskey.
It's strong, but it's sweet.
So, I don't like brandy or bourbon.
I like Swish. It gets you some drunk. Ricky LaFleur's back, man. Good to have you, man. 2 smokes, Ricky.
And they scroll say he's dry too, man. I respect y'all, man. I respect.
Right on.
Dry as the desert. Word up, man. To be honest with you, I haven't had much of a drink in a little while either. So keep it up, man. Holidays are coming. I try to keep it real. I will try to keep it real right up until New Year's. Then all bets are off for the night and back into in the dry mode.
There it goes. There it is.
Jerk and jerk, baby.
I drink too much E&J in my college. That's exactly
it, man.
Well, that's got rot gut right there.
Yeah.
Nah, man. I never want to see a glass of brandy again in my life.
Well, E&J brandy, maybe. Because remember, in college, you drinking all of the bottom shelf cheap shit.
All that bullshit, man.
When you see E&J on the bottom shelf in Costco, it's just down there for a reason.
All you looking at when you're in college is it a bottle of liquor? Let's see the proof. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Wait, it's on sale? Okay.
Does it cost $10? Let's go.
Wait, this one costs $6.99. That's even better.
That is sherry over here.
My Puerto Rican homeboy always called me whenever we talk to each other. I ain't gonna say he called me all the time. Whenever we talk, he's just like, motherfucker, you ain't dead yet. He always said we all should be dead. All that drinking we did when we was in college. I'm like, damn, dog, that's the place to do it. That's where we supposed to be having fun.
He's still young.
But we did too much. I was just like, yeah, we did, man. It was like motherfuckers going up on the field, everything, man. It was crazy.
Right. Y'all just reminded me of my homeboy. My two homeboys are homeless right now off of some shandy. It's sherry. That's what it was.
You mean like cooking wine, sherry?
That's what I'm talking about, bro. These two homies used to get it. I'm talking, we were like 15 years old, and we would get access to some sherry back in the day, and they couldn't get enough of that. They've been drunk since 15 years old off of that. They get 2-3 bottles of that in a day, 15, $25. They smash. And I'm talking drunk on a level that there's no function. You can't have a functional life. You know what I mean?
No, you can't, because sherry's not
you're not supposed to drink
really.
it. You're supposed to cook with it.
Or at the very maximum, like sip it in one of those little bitty ass like shot glasses that'll last you for like half hour.
Glug.
No, that's bad.
I'm dead serious, bro. These two homies, twin brothers, man. These two.
Don't tell the story, kids, because we got to keep moving.
Let's keep it moving, bro, because it's not a good story. And it's a long story too. Let's keep it moving. What do we got?
El Joe Nino. Shout out to El Joe Nino. Just jumped in the community quick.
Yeah,
he's been here before. I've definitely seen him before. All right, let's get to the next one. This is very similar. There you go. My girlfriend loves this one, and I got one more to go after this one.
Ingredients: peach schnapps, vodka, cranberry juice, lime juice, and a lime wedge.
Yo, you know what?
Tart.
Yeah, I'm in.
You on that, ain't you?
Tap me in, but I was gonna say put some heavier in there. There's vodka in there. I'm good to go. Let's go. This is sour. I'm in. I love sour drinks, so I definitely give this a go.
Take that little umbrella on up out of there, and I'm all in it.
Oh well, yeah. I'm trying to impale somebody's eye with that at the bar and start a fight. But
I think that when I'm on vacation, you know what I mean? It's cute. It's part of the atmosphere. You know what I mean? But there's nothing in this drink that I don't like.
Like I said, that umbrella, me and the umbrella ain't working.
Peach schnapps is very underrated. Very, very.
I'm not big on it, but in a like given the mix you put down here, yeah, this would work out real nice, man. Lemon drop martini. Oh, word. Okay, Keith.
There's nothing in this. There's nothing in this because you got the sweetness of the peach schnapps with the bitterness that's gonna come with the back end of the cranberry juice, so it neutralizes and it complements. I've had this before.
Yeah,
I have in the Bahamas.
So was it sour?
No. It was the even mix of it. If you've ever had peach schnapps in anything, you know how sweet that can be, right?
It can be pretty sweet. Yeah. So the sweetness of the peach schnapps sort of punches through.
And so you got peach schnapps, the sweetness. There's a certain bitterness that comes with cranberry juice.
Yeah,
and then the world famous lime juice that neutralizes every fucking thing. Trust me, you'll drink jars of this, bro. Jars.
Okay. This one I would definitely try, man. This one I would definitely try. Ricky's in with a rum and coke though. He came with the OG.
Well, for all those that partake, cheers.
Oh,
you got the nog going on?
Mm-hmm. Nog and scotch. Scotch and nog.
What you think about this? This ain't your thing. I know, Trish.
No, I got the vodka. And then like schnapps, man, peach schnapps. We got a thing going on.
You got to think about it this way, Trish. Any drink that you put on here with all these different, mixtures into the drinks, you can always turn this around with any dark liquor that you like.
Oh yeah. Oh, no doubt. But I like peach schnapps. I like schnapps in general.
Do you consider tequila a dark liquor?
Yeah, the dark
tequila you get
clear.
You can get clear. You can get clear tequila as well.
Yeah, but that's bad for me.
So you're saying the darker tequila.
Dark, good, clear, bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And that goes for all facets. But yeah,
Rock and rock.
one of my favorite go-tos is in the wintertime is get you a pint or get me a pint of peppermint schnapps and just take a little swig on that from time to time. It keeps you warm on the inside.
Man.
Okay.
This is better than you might think, man. Actually, the something that somebody did. I was in the Bahamas in my senior class trip, and I wasn't supposed to be drinking, but they were serving us up in the Bahamas. Somebody asked me at the bar. I had already had one, and she was just like, "Try this," and she had some watermelon juice. She poured some watermelon juice in that shit. Boy, that shit was so goddamn good, bro. Just look at this thing. You could tell it tastes good. Looking at the ingredients and how everything equals each other out. Imagine somebody splashing some watermelon juice in there. Oh my God, it was so good. Oh my Lord. Very, very underrated. You got to go find somewhere where somebody has a mixologist and knows it has a book of the drinks, because you can go to some, let's just say you go to some bar downtown Chicago, downtown Manhattan, downtown LA, and you're going to have people that's going to come in there and ask for everything under the sun. It's not like everybody in the world has heard of the woo-woo. I just got lucky that I went to the Bahamas and that was something somebody was drinking in there. I was just like, let me try that. What is that called?
Woo, woo, woo.
I wouldn't know about it. I've never heard of this shit until I went to the Bahamas. Absolutely delicious.
Bartender,
man.
I want a woo, woo, woo.
Any last thoughts on this? Because we do got one more to do.
No, drink it. Look, y'all making me thirsty like hell. I'm gonna be right back. You start up the next one.
Hold on, before you do that, you're gonna want to see this, kid.
All right, what do you got?
This one I think is gonna be.
You
want to do some DIY? You want to do some DIY vodka?
Blackberry vodka. He says ingredients: vodka, cinnamon stick, bay leaf, sugar, and blackberries. And you just drip that in there, huh? Interesting.
My girlfriend saw this last night, and she's like, "We fucking doing it."
So
Let's go right now.
Infusion, right? That's what you call it.
Yeah, I'm not putting the bay leaf in it though.
I can see why not, but
what? I mean, it's part of the recipe. I mean, that adds a layer of flavor.
I know what bay leaf tastes like, and I don't want that in my liquor.
I hear you.
Huh.
You know what bay leaf tastes like? You want that in your drink? Bay leaf. I mean, it's like the difference, like we was talking about last week, the jalapeno. It's like, it's okay. Can you deal with that in the drink? Like I can, depending on you, but you don't want to have that. Like this is going to sit. Basically, what this setup is you're going to create some mason jars of your own custom blackberry vodka. And so how you're going to do it is what you're not seeing in here. And the proper way to do it is find you a very thin net bag to put all of this stuff in. The blackberry.
And just soak it in there.
Just soak it. You ain't gonna want to turn around and jump on this the next day. You're gonna want to let this shit sit for a little bit.
So you could do this in an infuser, like you would with water and tea. You could put
put it under the sink for like a month or two.
You know what I'm saying? Just drop that vodka in there and let it baste in the Chico stick and sugar blackberries.
Let all that shit take a bath.
Interesting. That'd be pretty nice, man.
So this
then if that's the case, if you don't have blackberries, you can use strawberries or whatever kind of berries or fruits.
Pretty much whatever I love blackberry. I've had a blackberry vodka, but to make my own blackberry vodka would be absolutely amazing for me. This is definitely DIY blackberry vodka.
Well, shit, blackberry, raspberry, blueberry, whatever kind of berry can be that.
Elderberry, elderberry. There's all kind of berries out there.
Boysenberry.
Yeah.
So it's like those can be, something that you can DIY and pack away, and put them in tubs and just let them ferment. Because that's the term, fermenting. The same process with moonshine that somebody in the chat mentioned earlier. So it's like, I understand the concepts, and I think that the different flavors or the different fruits would be delicious, but yeah, vodka can't fuck with it.
Dog, and Crimson is right. You probably need about a good 48 hours, 72 hours, and the flavor profile is going to definitely come through. But the longer you let that sit, the more pungent all of those flavors are going to be. So, like for me, like if my girlfriend went and got all the ingredients, I went and got all the ingredients, we'd make that shit in 1 week, and a week later we'd be drinking it. Maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. You know, depends on what we got going on in that time span. But this is definitely, I think a lot of people, you know, flavored vodka is or flavored liquor all together. Like it's off the chain.
And I think you would want it to, you know, ferment longer than, let's say, a jailhouse toilet wine. So I mean, go on, you know, put you some whatever fruits, get you a garden of fruits or a tree patch or whatever fuck fruits grow, variety, and just have them all there fermenting, and just because the longer they go, the higher proof they get. Isn't that right? Something like that. There's an equation for that for all you DIY bottlers and stuff.
I'm not qualified to tell you that truth because I don't know. But
something about the aging process that strengthens it and improves the flavor, enhances it.
I get that. Yeah, the more you let a liquor age, the more enhances, you know, what it can. I mean, yeah, I got 60-year-old liquor downstairs.
What kind of?
All the different kinds, man. I've got
because like I've heard of, like, you know, your 12-year-old scotches, you know, the age stuff, but you said 60 years old.
60 years old. I got it. My grandmother, my mother bought a home for my grandmother, and it was a hoarder's home. It was an old man that passed away, and he had a lot of shit once we cleared everything out of the house and got to the garage and different parts in his basement. He had when I say old liquor, I mean like old Fred Sanford age shit. I'm not kidding you. And some of the shit I've estimated on the market get you $700. Like I haven't checked them all out, but some of that shit can get you. You got $700 bottles of this. You got 500, 400 bottles of that.
But like, then you know the freaky thing. A lot of the people that can afford those bottles, it's not like they get them and drink them. They get them and put them on the shelf.
I don't know that guy was thinking of that at the time. I think he was just buying shit. He drank some of it because you can tell if somebody was drinking some of it was, you know, half gone. Some of it was partially gone. But I'm just thinking of a name.
These were used.
There's a name of a scotch and there's another wine down there. One of them is out of business, one of the wines. But the scotch, give me a good name of a popular scotch.
Scotch. Dewar's, Johnny Walker.
Keep going.
Okay.
Chevis
Regal.
This like 70, 60, 70-year-old bottle of that down there or two.
Okay. You know, I'm sure that's some smooth stuff when you sip on it now.
We opened one that was like, I think that thing was like 23 years old. We opened that one.
You know, it gets to a point where it's like, you know, I wanted to age and all, but I don't know I'm gonna live long enough for the next corking or opening. Yeah, go ahead, crack that open. Let me taste it and enjoy it now.
It's about what do you value? Do you value the dollar amount that you can fetch from it, or do you value
the experience,
the taste and the experience, and you know, just having an aged liquor?
Yeah, I want to know what it tastes like. It's like, what makes this shit so special? Go, as opposed to hell, look, this is worth this much. I'm gonna sit it on my shelf now and keep the dust off, but I'm not gonna drink it. It's like, well, the wine or the liquor or whatever it is made to be enjoyed. So enjoy that shit.
Another thing, I would encourage anybody that can to maybe invest in properties that, you know, find people that have hoarded. If it ain't totally nasty, where you got rats and roaches running up and through there, if you just got stuff in there and it's not nasty, it's just packed up with a lot of stuff, that might be a property worth investing in, man, because you never know. She didn't know that we were going to find that. All I know is I went over there to do a job for that situation, and she had some bums in there that was doing some of the work, and I seen them in there drinking liquor. Like, what the fuck? Where y'all getting this liquor from? They in there been cracked open some 30-year-old shit, and they just drinking the shit. I'm like, hey, get the fuck out of here, man.
You know, that could be a nice either date day or if you're by yourself. But whenever you see an estate sale, go and stop through up in there. Yeah. If you happen to be someplace and there's a locker or storage sale, go and stop through up in there. It don't mean you got to buy anything, but just see what they have, because you never know what kind of oh shit you'll come across to where it's like, oh, I got to have that, or you just get something and flip it on eBay, whatever the case may be.
Very, very true. Never know what you're dealing with. Found some damn player cards, like the cards that people buy, Barry Bonds cards and all kinds of different stuff.
Bro, you'll find vintage comic books up in there too, and make a killing flipping those. Just saying, I've come across a couple of lockers full of some old school Spider-Man and stuff, bro. Like you can make a good couple of bucks. Just saying. But
and the beautiful thing about storage and old stuff is that when the people made their investments and decided to keep it as an investment property, that was a while back. And so all this has been accumulating in price over this time. And so when you come across it, now it's like, oh, you got a nice little come up. So it's like, go out and just, hey, babe, hey, let's stop here. And you're kind of going out on an activity, but you have an ulterior motive, trying to maybe get some come ups, but you ain't got to tell her that. But you know what I mean? So yeah,
All right.
No, tell her, she'll start hunting. She'll hunt, man. She'll get like. They'll go in there. Them women will get in there and they'll go hunting, man. They will find deals, and then come back to you, baby. Is that what you're looking for? And then
he's right.
Go hassle up on the man. You know what I mean?
He's right. You put a girl on a mission like that. That's right up her alley.
Hey, unbutton that top button, babe. It's all right.
Oh, haggle up, bro. You'll get the deal of a lifetime.
PlayStation man, 1994. He says I never had.
No. Oh, you need. I know I missed the better part of the aged liquor conversation, but you need aged whiskey, aged scotch. Like Keith got in the chat. Glenlivet single malt, 14 years. They had an 18-year Glenlivet that they were giving shots out at the liquor store. It was beside. They had Glenlivet 18, and like
I'm gonna give that away.
But that's what I was like. What? And peach schnapps, and there was just a homie, and you walk in, and he's like, "Hey, would you like a shot of this or a shot of this?" I'm like, "Brother, what do you think I'm gonna pick?" And he just went straight to the Glen. Straight to the Glen. And he's like,
wait,
clearly,
the Glen is free.
You know what I'm saying? That clearly you want some of the Glen. I took it. Woo-wee, bro. I was like, how much is a Glen? It's like $200. Damn, I'm in here for like 8 cans of beer. You know what I mean? Like I came on a specific budget. I'm not here to buy $200 worth of whiskey.
So what was that experience like? What did it taste like?
Oh, bro, it was so smooth, bro. For just it was smooth.
Can I tell you?
This is burn.
Well, whiskey's always gonna burn, but the burn was muted. It wasn't like it wasn't like a dirty burn. It was very smooth.
Did it make you make a face?
A face like, fuck yeah, I want to buy this. I want to find $200 to spend on this that I don't have.
Okay, but can I explain the PlayStation man 1994? My experience, and one of these guys can tell me if they experience something different. Like when you go buy whatever you buy normally at the store. Let's just say you buy a bottle of Jameson. Let's just say you buy a bottle of Jack Daniels. That pungent odor of that liquor that comes out as soon as you crack it open is different than an aged liquor, because somehow all of that has settled down. It's not so new anymore. So when I opened it, I didn't notice that pungent smell that I noticed when I open a normal bottle of liquor that I go get from a store, and it's just a regular liquor. This aged stuff, I didn't smell it like that. And that's just me. And I didn't taste it to be quite as strong as I go get as a bottle I go get from the store. Right off the top, that's the first two things I noticed. It didn't hit me until the back end. I'll let them tell what their experience was, but that was mine.
So age for me, because so my age experience is very different, and it's generally whiskeys and scotches. And with whiskeys and scotches, how they age it is they barrel it, and they put the barrel away for 14, 18, 25 years, like however long that barrel sits there. And that's how you'll get it in a bottle with the 18, 14, 25, or whatever the year result is. The thing about aging it that way is you're going to pull the flavor from the cask.
That wood.
All the wood, all the peat, all that flavor that comes with whatever wood cask that it's been created or kegged into. That's what you're pulling in. So it's a much richer, a much more rich, flavorful, smooth drink than most standard whiskeys that are made this year, put in a bottle this year, and you bought at the store this year.
All right. How about this, man? Because any last thoughts on blackberry vodka or anything liquor related before we get into the Bears conversation? Because we're almost 2 hours in and we ain't talking about no Bears yet.
Let me get my ass to Mars. Shout out Quatu, and let's talk some effing Bears.
All right. Enjoyed that, man. That was fun talking about because we got all these different experiences.
McAllen. That was the other name.
McAllen's good, bro.
It's just so good. You got all these different people coming from all these different experiences, man, that have it's great to mix all that together and hear who's done what, who hasn't done what. It's awesome, man. I love it. All right, so we need to get to this. Let's get to this right off the top. Let's give a shout out to my boy DeAndre Swift, who has swam through a whole lot of negativity and a whole lot of criticism to be one of the key assets we have on the team right now. And I don't know that we are the team we are without DeAndre Swift, man. He's had an exceptional year, in my opinion, and it keeps getting better. The more and more responsibility, I think, I'm not even going to say that yet. I just want to give a shout out to DeAndre Swift, man, because I think he's been a dog since we got him. I think he's a special running back, and I'll stand by that. But any thoughts on player of the week, DeAndre Swift, FedEx, Aaron Brown?
Trip, you want to go?
Just real quick, I agree with it. Also, DeAndre Swift, along with, I believe it was Cal Monungai, the offensive line, and Kevin Byard made Chef Trip standouts of the week for that Philly game. So yeah, it's concurred from the sports Chicago style people. Well,
at Kyzir Canuck definitely has some things to say about this, and the first one is, I didn't like DeAndre Swift the better part of last year and what he was putting out. I didn't like the way that shook out, and I was very skeptical of this season with DeAndre Swift as the bell cow back. Straight up and down, we've done an absolute 360, and my boy is running like you wouldn't believe. Most importantly, this week was a vendetta for DeAndre Swift. He went right back into Philadelphia and reminded them who he was, and I think he showed Chicago who he was too. So I just want to give a little bit of a little bit of extra props from my side of the fence to DeAndre. He really put it down this week, and God willing, he deserved Player of the Week. So kudos, bro. You killed it. You crushed it. You unalived it.
Let me speak to Bishop real quick. Let me take DeAndre Swift down for a second, because just a little note to the side. I did talk to Aldo, and I'm gonna read what Bishop says. He says, now that we're talking football, let's send prayers to Aldo at the bar room, who had a stroke on Saturday. He's recovering and on the road to recovery. I can verify that. You know, when I text him and we texted each other, he was recovering. He was doing therapy at that given time. He was doing rehab, and you know, it was a little bit of a sensitive moment for me. I talked to kids a little bit about it, man, but I have a certain affinity for Aldo.
We all do, bro. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. It might be a little different for me because I got to know Aldo in a way that I don't know a lot of people get to know these podcasters and people that create this content. And I wanted to say, man, like I told him, I was like, man, you know, what's more important is you and just being you. You know what I mean? Forget this content creation stuff, man. Forget all that. You know, this is just about you and what I feel about you. And he received that message that I let him know how I felt. You know, and I told him, and he reciprocated that message. I ain't gonna tell you everything that was said between us, man. But I know, man, he's you know, you might see some changes at the bar room. He hasn't told me that, but I would expect there probably would be because, you know, he's going through some things right now and he's trying to keep a positive vibe about himself. But man, I just love that guy, man. I love that guy because of who he is as a creator, and his creativity just inspires me, man. And I told him that, man. I'm telling you guys, man, I don't want to get sappy on here because, you know, I met him a few years ago, and our relationship is the way it is. You know, I just want to see him get better and live his life doing the things that he wants to do and being Aldo. You know what I mean? And if that means pulling away from the bar room and not doing as much content to get to the Aldo that he wants to be, then fine. If he wants to do more content, that's fine too. But that's kind of what I was expressing to him. None of this other shit matters. Just do Aldo. That's what I told him.
And it's an important message to be shared. You know, for me and my brother beside me, I'm sure he'll have his own little 2 cents about it. All of us here got our start in one way, shape, or form at the bar room. So we you know, special place in all of our hearts for Aldo for sure. Regardless as to the work we do on our individual channels and here, and on other channels, we are still fans of what Aldo does. We definitely jump into his chat and give him as much love as we can on a regular basis. Sometimes, again, you'll find us on some you know, guest starring on some of his shows. It just happens to be the way that it is. Regardless as to any of that, my 2 cents is just, again, we owe a lot to that guy, and we wish the best for him. Hopefully, he recovers quickly and well, and he's able to get back to where he was. Aldo, you know, if you're listening, there's Jimmy in the chat. Big shout out to the Podfather, and back out to you, Jimmy. The reality here is, if you need anything, if there's any way we can help you, man, hit me up, hit Aldo up, hit Triple R up. I'm sure we'll do what we can to help you get back to where you want to be, because I know how important what you've built is to you. And you know, I know that goes for many of us in the podcast, in the Bears podcasting family tree, if you will. You know, he kind of has his own coaching tree, like Bill Belichick or some of the folks out there in football. All of us would do whatever we could to help you continue on. So know that we're there with you, and we all hope for quick recovery, bro.
Yeah, because I always appreciated Aldo for not only who he is, what he can do, but where he came from.
Yeah,
you know, because I grew up in Inglewood, and so Aldo being a contemporary of mine, growing up in Humboldt Park, you know, I know the battles and the struggles he had to go through, you know, being the little nerd that he was. You know what I mean? In that area, and just trying to, you know, get educated and make something of his life. And to see, you know, now, you know, that he's worked his professional career, Now, with the Barroom Network and being the Podfather with the allowances of his wife, thank you, Mrs. Podfather. And the dedication that he has to it, with the amount of shows, with the amount of content, with the different genres, whether it be Bears or with Mike North, and their thing, somebody famous just died or whatever content it is, or whoever under his roster, his not his coaching tree, but his podcasting tree, all these people are going out into the world and doing their thing. And it was because of his motivation, his platform, his encouragement. And so to see somebody go through a physical ailment like this, it's like, oh, fuck, man. But knowing who he is, I think he is up to the challenge, because Aldo has always struck me as somebody who does not back down from a challenge.
He's done it before a couple of times, right?
Oh, that motherfucker want to live. Trust me.
So he's gonna, meet it head on, and he's gonna progress because he just got, grandbaby number 2, recently, a month or so ago, or whatever it is. So he has more than enough to live for. Not that he needed any additional motivation, but sometimes it's just good to vocalize, the feelings for that motivation, just so even the strongest person can't bear the weight all the time alone, just so he knows that he's not alone. All the Nomaniacs, Nomad kids, myself, we all, got much love and respect for the Podfather. And if there's, anything we needs or we can do, we will. But right now it's just on him and his medical staff and family and those close to him to, get him back on the road to recovery.
Hey, you know what? I'll end this with this, man. And I know Aldo's gonna see this at some point, so I'm gonna say this. Aldo, you're gonna live because you're an asshole. That's why you're gonna live, man. He's the coolest asshole I ever met. But you're an asshole. That's why you're gonna live, man, and you're gonna do well, man. And on a side note, when I was talking about the creativity aspect of who Aldo is, and I told him this in the message, and that creativity inspired me. Like, there's a level to what I do here for the channel on the Nomad Network now is partially due to inspiration coming from Aldo. He's his background, he's got a specific kind of background, and one of the things he enjoys to do with the training that he has is create graphics, create videos, and all that kind of stuff. Nobody's making that shit for Aldo. Aldo's doing that. And so all of those cool intros, those cool little, bells and whistles that Aldo brings to all his shows, that's him. And he enjoys doing that. And that's why I was telling him, maybe, and I didn't say that to him, but maybe, just work on that aspect of what the Barroom does and let other people take the lead. But for that being said, anybody with the Barroom, and I'll tell him this later, we'll definitely be opening the doors to anybody that, if he has to dial back the content a little bit, you're going to have a home and some space here to create content. We'll do it for you. Don't worry about it. So that's what we can bring to the table. We'll make sure that everybody gets their fair share of what they can do, and we'll dial it in the way Aldo does over on the Barroom, man. So I just want to open that invitation to everybody over there. You have a home here.
And a shout out to BCP and Shorty and Uncle fucking motherfucking fucking Foster and PJ and them and Thigh. But also checked out the British Bears over there. And they be doing their thing, a shout out to them. Oh yeah, that's why I brought it up. But I see that, just to plug them, I guess. But I like to see Glenn Morgan and Kenneth Davis. They're gonna be on BCP tomorrow night. And those are some very well-spoken intellectual dudes that know their Bears football.
Had them over here several times.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I like listening to them.
They Glenn Morgan in particular is very, very good, dialed in with the details. Like when I talk to Glenn Morgan, it's like I'm talking to a guy on the field when we're watching practice. and we know exactly what's going on the field whenever I talk to him. And Ken Davis is just cool, man. Ken he's more fan than anything, man. And I think people forget that about Ken. Ken is from the area. He's a longtime Bears fan, and he became a reporter, and all those things tend to have you. When you do a podcast, you always have. He's playing two sides of the fence. He's a fan, and he's also a reporter. And so whenever I talk to Ken, I know that's who I'm talking to, the guy standing on the fence, trying not to be too much of a fan and trying to maintain his reporter integrity. All cool to me. All cool to me. So we'll have those guys on the show here in the future. I've been intentional about not having a whole lot of guests on the show because I'm focusing on us. These three guys you see on the screen, that's just what we've been doing lately, man. So we'll have more and more people like those guys he's talking about on the show. But right now, it's important that we do us right now, and I got my reasons for that. So anyway, let's get more further into the Bears conversation. Let's look at this damn injury report, man. Let me share my screen. This is a much better injury report than we've been seeing recently, and I'll show it and let you guys take off. Let's just do one guy at a time. That's easier.
Okay. We'll start with Ruben Hippolyte, 2, shoulder, did not practice. Thoughts, gentlemen?
Yeah, he's still recovering from that Darnell Washington run over.
Yeah, so, that's what that is. 310 pounds of freight train.
Yeah, and then he went down immediately and has not been back up. So, who knows how long that will be. But considering, guys coming back and the guys that have stepped up, it'll be all right. Give them time to heal up.
So Ruben Hippolyte, that's funny. I was just talking to my Steelers homeboy the other day, and we were just talking about the young players coming into the league, some of these rookies, and what's different about the college game and the pro game. Bigger, more physical, more consistently physical than the college game. You can play the college game and take 7 fucking plays off. You know what I mean? 7 to 11 plays off. You might not hit nobody. In the pro game, the professionalism of all the players, you're talking about offensive linemen who he has to sort through to get to the ball. He's talking about running backs. You're talking about tight ends. Ruben Hippolyte is learning the physicality of the pro game, and his body's not calcified yet. I think that's what's going on with him. He's just not used to all the physicality of the pro game. We've had guys come through here all the time, man, that like Kyler's still going through it to a certain extent, right? He's going through, this is a hard damn job. It's tough. It hurts. Physical. And I think Ruben Hippolyte is realizing that play in and play out. Dog, you got to shake off that pain, that little stinger you just had, and you got the next play, you're going to have to do the same thing, and it's going to hurt again. The next play is going to hurt again. I think he's learning.
Stinger, he looked like he got his scapula dislocated.
He might. He's not on the IR, but that's not the case. Yeah, I just wanted to give particular credence to the physicality of the game and him and his responsibilities to be physical. It takes a toll on you, bro.
It's bound to. So again, he's a young man. The only thing I have to say about it is he's had a few opportunities to get in there, get his feet wet, and become acclimated to the NFL speed, if you will, or level of competition. And he just about every single time he winds up in like the blue tent. So hopefully that doesn't continue for very long. It is clearly a new level that you have to acclimate to. So, it's a rookie season. He's got a shoulder injury. Hopefully he'll be back in time to really, again, try to make that impression felt. But the reality for Ruben Hippolyte is he's behind at least 3 linebackers. Maybe Eamon Agbagbamiga at this point might have stepped up in front of him. So there's an uphill battle for him to get back on the field. You got to relish those opportunities and unalive it when you get the chance.
All right, let's just leapfrog right on down to TJ, because Crimson is talking about it, and that's exactly what we should do, because these other guys, this is just what it is right now. I don't look too much into these injury reports, but what's important is how soon can we get TJ back? Lord knows it would be great to get TJ back for this Packers game. And he's limited in this practice. Crimson seems to think he's coming back this week. We'll talk about that in a second, but it would be nice to have him back, man, because he's the leader on that in that front seven. He's the leader. He's the guy that calls the shots. He's the guy that guides the direction. He moves guys around. With the healthy TJ, we much more potent. Period. And those guys that have replaced him, D-Jack, DeMarco Jackson, great, played great. And if we got to go with him one more week, I'm happy with it. But it'll be nice to have TJ back in the mix.
Trip.
Yeah, it'll be good to get him back, but I just want to make sure that he's back for the season. You know what I mean? I don't want him coming back because he's like, oh man, I got to get back. Rivalry game, we're pushing for the playoffs, and then he's forcing the issue. As long as he's healthy, put him on the field. If he's not, 100%, Jackson and Amen, let them keep playing.
So my little 2 cents about this is that I don't, just given what you just said, Trip, I don't know that he will be coming back ready, right? So what they're saying right now is the hand is going to be an issue for a little while. So he'll likely be playing with a club, worst come to worst. But the real worry for them right now is the hamstring. If the hamstring is okay, he can play with the hand. And that's what they're saying. So odds are, if he feels good, if the hamstring looks and feels good come Sunday, 8 p.m.-ish, 7 p.m., we'll say, we will likely see TJ Edwards on the field, which in my opinion, I'm kind of 50-50 about right now because of what Nomad said and the fact that those two backups have been playing pretty decently. So I guess we're on to Noah Sewell next, right?
Well, before we go there, I just wanted one more thing about TJ that Tripp said that I think we kind of brushed over. What's more important for me, and I'm glad you brought it up, Tripp, is making sure we got him for the final stretch of the season. You know what I mean? If we gotta not have TJ for one more week and we gotta face the Packers, then so be it. I'm gonna be okay with it. I'm not gonna get nervous because of the way these guys are playing in his replacement. That's more important to me, is having your dogs ready for the tournament, the postseason rather. That's more important to me than having TJ ready for a game just because it's a rivalry. I don't give a shit. Get TJ ready for the rest of the season. That's the most important thing that can happen. Trips is right. Any last thoughts about that before we bounce down to Noah Sewell?
Nah, Noah's next up. What are you saying?
Noah Sewell, again, he's one of those guys. He's emerged as one of those key pieces that we can have out there. Same thing with TJ, in my opinion. Making sure that you have your key guys, your starters. You got 11 guys that you play with on a regular basis. You throw in another 3 guys that you might mix into the secondary. You know what I mean? As your key guys. You might play with an extra couple of safeties. You might play with a nickel corner, which is Tyler and everybody else that backs him up. The safeties. Those are the main guys that you play with. Other than that, it's a rotation along the defensive front. And so making sure that you have your key guys. Noah's a green dot guy. So the fact that they play, we got to give some credit to the coaching staff, man, and the assistants, the guys that get these guys ready to play football. It's almost like at times you don't know that we missing Noah. You don't know that we missing TJ. You don't know that we missing Maine because they stepped up and met the challenge. That's a good system and a good structured system that you have inside that building, that you're getting that kind of production out of missing so many key players. You got your entire linebacker core off the field, and look what we've done.
I'll be happy with Sewell back, but to tell you the truth, I mean, I'm just kind of like that on Sewell. When he's on the field, he's decent, and run stopping, his coverage is not so much. But then he's always hurt. And the way that Jackson and Amen have played in his stead is like, nice. I would assume that, Sewell is still higher on the depth chart, obviously, but I don't know. It's like if he plays, if he doesn't play, whatever, because we got other guys who have looked better than he has, in my opinion.
That's definitely your opinion.
Well, I'm not going to argue with your opinion either, because I think Noah Sewell's played really good football, but where they get him, or where he's been traditionally got, is in the passing game to the running back. When he's caught covering a dynamic pass catching back, coverage ain't his forte. Happened with Aaron Jones, happened with a couple of backs this season. I can see that happening with Josh Jacobs this week. So that's the only area I'm slightly worried about. But outside of that, we need all the help we can get with respect to the linebacker core. So I'm super happy that he's back and ready to rock and roll. I'm just a little bit trepidatious, just given the way that DeMarco Jackson has been playing football these last couple of weeks, man. He's been doing a great job. More or less, Saquon Barkley, again, another pretty solid pass-catching back. It's absolutely useless in the run game last week. The previous week, things looked ugly in the first half of the game. Things looked beautiful in the second half of the game. He's really stepping his personal game up. I'm just worried that bringing back Noah Sewell after a couple of weeks being off, I don't know if he's going to be up to speed and at the level that DeMarco's playing at right now or not. That's what I hope it's an upgrade is really what I'm trying to say.
Well, I'll just tell you this. They're all listed on the depth chart the way they're listed for a reason. I'll just leave it there.
That is fair.
That's my take for the whole linebacker conversation. Any other? Let me see. Let me look at here. Tyreek not being there. With Jalen and Kyler back, you're not as worried. You're definitely not as worried with Tyreek missing now. With Jalen and Kyler back, you saw Kyler out there playing some of that Tyreek role. You saw Jalen out there playing some of that role. So they mixed it up really, really good. And I think that was helping to keep the team off balance. The fact that they was playing a lot of dime coverage, man. There was a lot of dime coverage out there. They was playing with multiple DBs, and I think they should continue to do that. In fact, I think after what they just put on tape against the Eagles, I think if the Packers are smart, they will design a game plan to try to exploit. And the only way you can really exploit having extra DBs on the field and a dime package is to try to run the ball. And I think that we've been pretty solid against the run. Pretty damn solid. And that's really the only counter you can have to a defensive coordinator putting extra defensive backs on the field, whether it be corner or safety. That's your only counter is you run the ball at that and see if they can tackle. We got some pretty physical dudes, man. Pretty physical, and I ain't worried about them in the run game.
Yeah, if you're bringing in a defensive back like a CD Deuce or Kyler Gordon, they're very supportive in the run game. But then also see how they eased Kyler and JJ back last week, both on the left side, but they would, alternate reps for them. So they would each, could divide them up as they're just coming back from injury. But I could see the Packers not only trying to run against the dime, but anytime Nick McCloud is on the field, they might try to target him.
Yep, like that's shout out to the chat on that one. So Crimson is saying,
You said that.
Well, he's saying something close. Like, as long as Nick McCloud ain't out there, I'm comfortable. So that's what Crimson is saying.
That's a little.
It might be a little bit much. I know you are a Nick McCloud fan, and
I mean, when you look at the film, I guess that's where my perspective comes from. If you look at the game on his face, you'd be like, "Oh shit, Nick McCloud. Okay, you can." No, it's better than you think. He's playing better than you think. And if he gives up a couple of receptions here and there, that's just part of the game as well.
Well, I'm gonna put it like this because I think it's more easily understood this way. If you have the opportunity to field Kyler Gordon, Jalen Johnson, and CD Johnson, as well as Nashawn Wright, you're gonna want to do that over fielding Nick McCloud, right? Like, can you agree with that?
I can't.
You can't? So who would you want to? Why? Who would you want to put?
What I'm trying to tell you, kids, is they have a lot of healthy DBs coming back right now, and there's a lot of guys that have earned playing time, and I think they're trying to honor that defensively and making sure that these guys that have earned and have carried us this far. Even though we having a healthy Kyler come back, we having a healthy Jalen come back, they're trying to figure out a way to put these guys on the field and make sure that they get some love. I'm saying that Nick McCloud is, you got some plays that were highlighted that is just like, man, goddamn, Nick McCloud. He's let me just say this. If you want me to give you some Nick McCloud criticism. His transitions are slower than I would say they should be. And if I'm Al Harris, that's what I'm working on. His breaks, like if a receiver is coming at him and he's one-on-one with that guy, his breaks, his transitions to make a play on the ball are slower than everybody else's right now. And so for that reason, I would agree with some of everything that y'all are saying, but that's one aspect of the game.
Well, I wasn't really criticizing Nick McCloud. You went right into criticism, which was actually surprising. All I was saying is that I would rather put those other guys on
my preference. I got
it. He's going to get out there, right? He's going to get out there with respect to, load balancing for each and every one of those guys. They can't be on the field running full tilt every single play. Nick's going to get on. So, in that regard, I have no problem with it. But most definitely, I'm putting all 5 of those guys on the field before Nick in any given interval, if possible. And that's just me. And it's going to get a little bit worse as the rest of the secondary, starts to heal up and get back at it too.
Well, let me give you a little bit more detail before we get off of Nick McCloud. And this is just for reference. In context of what we're talking about, what you saw is a whole lot of Nick McCloud playing boundary corner. Right.
Well, we saw him play at the nickel position as well.
Well, that was earlier in the season, which he played a whole lot better at that role. His role, obviously, I think Nick McCloud is more of a nickel corner or a safety, in my opinion. That's just the way he plays. He plays better football that way. He's more
that's why he looks like shit at cornerback.
Oops.
Boundary corner. So nickel corner.
Well, yeah, boundary corner. But I mean, he's like Nashawn Wright without the height or the turnovers.
Nashawn Wright's been playing ball.
That's actually super funny if you really thought about what he just said, because the height is what.
Because Nashawn Wright's been balling his ass off.
Yeah, but his physical, like what Trips is saying, is like Nashawn Wright will get burned, but his physical makeup allows him to break on a ball. Like he breaks upon getting burned. A receiver will be behind him, and he's so imposing, so long.
Like that interception against DJ Metcalf. Nick McCloud ain't making that pick.
No, he's too small. So like it's a really interesting. It's an interesting an interesting comparison that he's making. He's saying that Nahshon Wright isn't the greatest cornerback known to man. He gets burned, and we see that all the time. But his physical makeup allows him to get back into the play and break on balls in situations that most cornerbacks can't. And that's really cool to watch throughout the season.
I'll make a statement to you, and you guys can agree or disagree. It's up to you. Nahshon Wright has played the best corner of any corner on the team so far this year.
By no stretch of the imagination can I argue with that.
Yeah.
But keep that in perspective while y'all talking shit.
No, I'm not really talking shit. I'm saying I'm calling it like I see it. I watch Justin Jefferson burn the man a bunch of times in a game, but he's able to get back into phase because of his physical makeup, which is crazy to it's crazy to watch. Right? Because not every corner is 6'3" plus lengthy. They just aren't.
He's like 6'5", man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like he's
something like that, yeah.
He's a big, long guy. Like he just is. And yeah, he might get shook and he might get juked out on a route, but somehow that body he has gets him back into the play and allows him to break on the ball and make a play on the ball or make a play on the receiver. Bro, I put a Pro Bowl vote down for the homie. Like I'm just saying, I think he deserves it too.
He's right.
Oh, yeah, he's balling, and a lot of not a lot, but a few of the
Keith, he does.
Sure. Times that Nahshon Wright got burnt, it was because of confusion in the secondary between him and Byard or him and Brisker. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, I thought you was. Oh no, I thought you was. You know, so that has happened as well. But yeah, the healthier the secondary gets, the better, because now it's December. You know, playoff push and all this stuff. You know, the higher depth chart guys available, the better.
Man, that man has played some ball, man. I've watched. In fact, another conversation I was having with my Steelers homeboy, man, and we was talking about that. And I watched that guy get better and better and better while the season is going. I mean, from the first couple of weeks, man, we were talking so much shit about Nahshon Wright, and I've seen him make the tweaks to his game. Man, it is impressive, man. I can't really. It's hard for me to describe because I'm gonna get carried away with talking too much, and I'm trying not to do that. But I'm telling you, if you guys want to ever trust me about is a guy really, really striving and really, really just. He's been turned into a baller. Like on this team, he's almost like, even you give away the plays that, you know, Justin Jefferson got him on whoever got him on any given play. That's the nature of the cornerback game. You're gonna give up more than you get. You know what I mean? That's just how it is, man. You're at a disadvantage. You're playing with the back to the ball most of the time. People don't understand that, like, especially when you're playing a mostly man-covered system, which is what he's in. You got your back to the ball all the time, and everybody's judging, you know, how many catches somebody gets on you. It's just like, motherfucker, you come out here and do it then. You know so much with your fat ass. Bring your ass out. That's how I feel when I hear people complain about, oh, somebody's getting burned or this. Man, shut the fuck up. You don't know nothing about that.
Well, I know he got burned.
I'm not talking about you, Trip.
Well, but that's the thing, though. You can't take it personal. Because when they get burned, they get burned.
Let me express myself. The difficulty
doesn't mean that they're a horrible player.
What I'm saying,
no matter, hold on, no man. Because no matter how many times, like Nahshon Wright has gotten burned this season, he has made so much money going into his free agent contract that does not matter. Because he's going against professional athletes that get paid too, and wide receivers. Yeah, we understand that. But when you get burned like a lot and a lot and a lot, that adds up. But he has played himself. This is his prove it year right now, and he's proven it. And so I think he's pricing himself out of, you know, the Bears market, and he's going to get his first substantial payday in the league. because he wasn't a top, tier recruiter or draftee or nothing like that. So this is his opportunity to get paid. And Al Harris, put him in this position. And I want Nahshon to get paid as much as possible. But I'm just afraid that, the Bears won't be able to do it.
I don't think they have a choice.
Whatever happens, my point and the premise that I'm trying to stick to here is what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is a guy ascending. When I say ascending, I'm not fucking sugarcoating a damn thing. Nahshon Wright is getting better and better and better and better. Some of these highlight plays y'all keep seeing that y'all like, oh, god damn, he got hit again. It comes with the territory. I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't make, that just comes with it. Long as you make more plays than you give away, it's good. And I'm telling you, he is an ascending cornerback. In fact, he's one of the top cornerbacks on this team, with or without Jalen, with or without Kyler, with or without Tyreek. That's how good he's playing right now. That's my point. But shout out to Cloud Chasers Radio. He says Nahshon Wright, and shout out to the 499 chat. He says Nahshon Wright leads the league in turnovers in general. He needs to be getting an all-pro consideration.
This is what I'm saying, right?
So
I'm here's like the best way to view this whole thing. So just given the injury attrition in this secondary, Tyreek Stevenson was more or less moved to number one, to covering the number one wide receiver on any given squad. He's the only guy left to do it, which means that Nahshon Wright was guaranteed to be targeted more so than just about anybody else on this in this secondary. It's just what was going to happen. So yes, there are times when he gets burned because he's handling and managing a larger amount of targets, which speaks even more so to what you're saying, Nomad, right? It speaks even more so to the fact that he's been getting better and better week on week on week. And as stated, given what Cloud Chasers is saying here, and again, big ups and thank you for the super chat. Hey man, he's pulling balls out of the sky. He's taking them with him. That's what's happening now. He's a little bit of a threat, and I think that quarterbacks should be aware that you can try to throw up a 50-50 ball against, this 6'3", 6'5" corner. It might be going the other direction, Jordan Love. So, for these reasons alone, again, we watched him get burned a bunch earlier in the season, and then we started to see what he can do when he gets burned. He can get back into phase. He can use his body to get in front of that football, and it's a thing of beauty. And we saw that a lot because he's getting targeted more so than anybody else. All that to say, I heavily believe y'all should jump in NFL.com and give this man a Pro Bowl vote. I think he and Byard, the two of them, if not a couple more players on this team, but definitely those two, deserve a Pro Bowl nod from anybody who's voting. I think anybody who's voting should be pointed at those two guys for sure.
Kids, let me throw some icing on that cake for you, man, because I'm glad you're giving him that love, and I'm gonna give him some extra love because he deserved it. I watch cornerback. Of course, I'm a cornerback, and y'all know that's why I'm the way I am when we're talking about DBs, man. I just know that game, and like the back of your hand.
Yeah.
What you notice about a guy that is a legit 6'5" guy, man. He's 6'4", 6'5" easily. What I always notice about anybody that size, that long, and he's made like a pterodactyl, man. He's got long arms. He's got long freaking legs. Usually guys that size and length usually are long striders. You get guys that tall, they usually have a little bit longer stride than your average size person that's 5'11", 6 foot. These guys they take shorter steps. This guy has unique feet for his size. Unique, absolutely, for his size. He's a unicorn. And it's funny that he's been on the scrap heap of a couple of teams and not really given the proper opportunity. But somehow Al Harris took some kind of He saw something in him, and he just kept working with him, and did what he could to get him here in Chicago, and got him here, and the work continued. And you can see the results. This guy has unique feet. He's got a unique body type. Everything about him is unique, and he's a competitor. He's got all the ingredients. You wish he was a little, more heavy and more stout, but that doesn't stop him from helping out in the run game and being a force in the run game, because I see him week after week making sure that he's in on all the running plays that he can. He doesn't get held up in blocking. He sheds blocks well and makes a play when he needs to. That guy was probably one of the better steals of the offseason. I'm talking about in the entire league, not just on this team. That's what kind of icing I want to put on the cake of what I keep seeing on all 22. I'm telling you guys, man, this guy is playing some fucking phenomenal football.
I agree, man. I agree. And just like Tripp's saying, if he winds up somehow finding his way out of Chicago after all this, he's getting paid large. And I think his success is going to continue again, mainly because of that, just his physical makeup. It's not an easy thing to pass against. It's not easy. So he's also super quick, man. And I was really shocked that he was able to get in and punch that ball out this weekend against the tush push. That was awesome, right? That was a thing of beauty. Stuff like that really goes a long way. So one more time, all we're saying is Nahshon Wright is fucking awesome. Like, moral of the story, he is awesome. And as this secondary gets healthy and gets back at it, we're gonna have a really interesting rotation, because I don't know what you do.
Well, before you go, Nomad, we gotta say it one more time. Coaching matters.
Coaching does.
It fucking does. And just one more little cherry on top. Think about what we just did. We got a player that was on the practice squad. Nobody expected him to even make the team. Look at what happened. We're talking about Pro Bowl. Think about that. He's just trying to fight to get on a roster. He'd have been happy on the practice squad. Keep me on the practice squad. Keep me a check coming in, and I'll do everything I can for you. That's where he was at. He ascended to by default, because of Jalen's injury, we got to see way more Nahshon Wright than we were expecting to see. And how well has he ascended given that responsibility? Man, I can't say enough about the guy, man. I can't say enough, man. What a fucking steal. What a fucking job Al Harris, Dennis Allen is doing with that kid, man. Come on, man. That's just, I got nothing but love for that and respect for it.
Yeah. Practice squad body turned potentially Pro Bowl recipient. And that's why I'm saying he deserves your vote. You know what I mean? Like, he deserves your vote, because he really should not be where he is. Shouldn't have the opportunity he has. Got it and ran with it to the fullest. But anyways, couple of interesting questions in the chat. First one being,
I'm gonna get to it. I know I'm gonna get to it. We're gonna get to that right now. I'm about to take this injury report off the screen. We're gonna get into this Packers game and what we think is.
Well, wait a second. We didn't touch on Kamanunga's ankle though. Or Dunze's foot.
I'm not worried about either.
Okay, me either. All right.
Yeah. I would think that Kyle and Rome are just resting.
Me too. I think everybody winds up playing. I think we fine. Except for this. Oh, and he played. I was going to say, except for this Dominique Robinson concussion, but he's a full participant. So I think we're probably good for the next little while.
All right, let's get to this Packers game, because there's so much I want to talk about here. Let me pull this down off the screen. Let's get to this Packers game. I got so much to say. I just better let you guys talk a little bit first before I do anything.
Rock, paper, scissors, Trip. You go.
Well, I've been going first all night. I'm in a leadoff position on the screen.
I love it.
So keys to victory: pressure on Jordan Love. He's not a running mobile quarterback like that. He's more of a pocket guy, and he will launch it up there. So we get some pressure on secondary. Keep your eyes up. Keep your eyes open. and run the ball against their interior defensive line. Run right at Micah Parsons to help neutralize them in the pass rush. Capitalize on this offensive line being road graders out there and two running backs that are, taking advantage of it. So it comes down to the basics of football. Run the ball and play aggressive defense. That's how you win. And when it's going to be 11 degrees at kickoff, 5 degrees at halftime.
That's t-shirt weather in Canada. But here we go. So you
Kids just straight up said you pussies.
you nailed it though, Trip. We're gonna get into a little bit more depth as we go, but you nailed it, man. Yeah, you can run the ball potentially right at Micah Parsons, but you can also run it on the other side, and I don't think they'll have anything. There's nothing they can do to stop it. We just watched one of the. I don't know if you did. You watch all 22 this week, Nomad, of this game?
I did.
Okay, Jalen, they were moving.
Wait a minute, what game? The Bears game or the Packers?
Oh, definitely not the Packers game.
I watched them both.
You watched them both. Okay, so I ain't trying to watch no Packers, but fair enough. I'm talking Bears game. They were moving Jalen Carter. I don't know.
They sick Darnell on him, man.
Bruh, Darnell. No one just Darnell was all. You know who else was instrumental this week?
Jonah Jackson.
Well, another good answer, but my answer was actually going to be Drew Dahlman. Drew Dahlman played a great game too. Super underrated.
They got him off of Drew Dahlman and put him more out towards the edge.
Well, I seen a couple of snaps where Jonah and Drew pushed this man over to the left edge, and it was just right. There are gaping holes that DeAndre Swift could have broke out, but he says, "Forget it. I'm going straight up the center," and there's just space. That right side, I feel that they can dominate running the football on that right side all day long, and it's going to be a problem to stop.
There ain't a team out there that can fucking stop them.
I don't think there is a team out there that can stop that. What's going on that right side of football?
Well, I think the left side's coming along as well. Because remember, Ozzy's just getting in the game, not in the game, but into the starting lineup.
I got some points about that too, but let's stick with the right side, man.
Let's stick on right. Left. The only reason I'm saying go right is because Mike is on the other side. Yeah, you can move Micah around. I'm not worried about Mike on the right side either. I'm not worried about him on the right side.
Isn't he usually on the left side, right?
Yeah, he's usually on the blind side, right? So he's coming for the quarterback. If we're running the football on the right-hand side, I don't see anything they can do to prevent that from happening. So yes, Caleb Williams will have his ups and downs. These wide receivers have been dropping footballs left and right. So put some of it on the quarterback, put some of it on the wide receivers. Stuff will get done as well. So I'm pleased with what we can do against them offensively, mainly based on the run. I don't think there's anything they can do to stop that run on the right. Now, if we flip it the other direction,
there are things they can do, man.
What? Okay, well, let's have that conversation before we flip it on to defense.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what they can do. They can load up and get heavy on that side and try and challenge Caleb Williams to be efficient and accurate and throwing the ball downfield and burning them. If he burns them, then you're right. There's absolutely nothing they can do about it. But Caleb Williams has to be efficient and accurate in order to make that work. But they can't get heavy and make sure that they can't run over there.
I don't know, man. I'm not.
They can.
So hold on, Kez. Here's the question for you. You're the Green Bay defensive coordinator. The Bears have just had 2 100-yard rushers versus Caleb Williams, whose accuracy is sus. Which one are you gonna gear up to stop?
So clearly, you're gonna have to load that box and stop that run first. That's what you're gonna have to do. And considering what we're talking about, you're going to have to attempt to do it on the right-hand side. Here's the thing. I still expect them to get 3 to 4 yards per rush. That's the expectation. I don't know if you can stop that. If you can get 3 to 4 yards per rush, 4 times 3 is 12. You're getting a first down. You need to get to the football in the backfield. Like that's what has to happen for the Green Bay Packers to prevent this run game. We're getting Kamananga had 6. I think his average was 6 yards a carry last week.
Hard.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. DeAndre Swift's yards per carry last week was much higher than what it usually 2.3 to 3.4 yards per carry is his average. Last week was much higher. I think it was in the 5.4. All right. You have to significantly reduce that down to prevent a first. And that kind of takes Caleb Williams out of the equation. All Caleb Williams in this scenario has to do, if it's just the third and manageable, is check down the football.
Well, can I give you a little nuance as to why we executed so well in the run game and why it looked so unstoppable?
Sure.
The Vic Fangio was absolutely confused at. I think Vic Fangio, as Flus can be a stick in the mud when it comes to calling a defense. He's stuck in his ways. He might move around some guys along the defensive line to kind of alter up what the offensive line is dealing with. And what I mean by that, you talking about what Kiz was talking about earlier, how Jalen Carter might have been lined up around Drew Dahlman and trying to exploit the interior of our offensive line and getting stoned. And they move him out to the edge and different things that they can do, make him play wide 3-tech and all that kind of stuff. And he's out there with Jonah and Darnell getting blocked. That's about as dynamic as Vic wants to be. The backside is going to remain the same. He wants those guys to play coverage. The difference in why the Bears were so effective on the ground, I'm getting to a point, is how many different ways they attack you along the offensive line. You're talking about the stretch run plays, the wide zone, mixing it up with power. And that's when guys are pulling. You got Darnell, you got Jonah pulling from
and motion back there too at the same time.
Motion. And then you got the tight ends cracking on blocks. You got the receivers cracking down on blocks. It's a very difficult system to deal with when all your guys are being accounted for. They're playing matchup. And when all else fails, the offensive line goes to duo. They start double teaming your interior guys on the front. And that's going to be an inside running game every time. And so they was playing Philly in so many different combinations of how they were attacking that defensive line. That's to the disadvantage of I don't give a fuck what team you're dealing with. You're going to have a problem if you don't match up well. You don't have an answer for all the different ways that they're featuring the offensive line as a weapon. Like they did in Detroit. They would run heavy to the right side because Panay Sewell and the guard inside of him were absolutely dominating people, and they just kept attacking you over there in Detroit. Same thing they're doing right now. You keep saying, why they keep running this ball over here to the right side? It's the only place they're getting yards. It's because they're the most efficient. And so why wouldn't you feature your most dominant offensive lineman? Run the ball over there. You get what I'm saying?
Working. So yeah, it's working.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. This is going to be the game. Like, it's an interesting conversation we're having. This is going to be the game plan for against the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers counter to that is let's take away the right side. I don't think they can, and I think they're going to find out the hard way. The upside to the right side situation again is it's the side that Micah Parsons isn't on. So it kind of takes him right out of the game, except for, again, third down case scenario where you're potentially 3 yards out, and it's a check down or deep ball from Caleb. And it's really just a singular decision. So that's kind of what I want to see this weekend for the Bears. Heavy on the run, heavy on the right-hand side. like I say right, but you can also be straight up the gut as well, right? Like it can be power. Take the game out of the quarterback's hands, because that's what they're going to want to force you to do. You know what I mean? They're going to want to force Caleb Williams to play quarterback, just like they did Mitch, just like they did Justin. That's what they want to do. I don't think they have a choice to force anything in that regard. If you run the ball down their throat on the right, puts them in a really negative situation. So that's my 2 cents on how we can beat the Packers this week.
It's clear and easy if you look at what I've seen, that the Packers will try to do anything. They will try to adjust and move the size of the offensive line to the right side. And I know Ben Johnson knows that. What he's been doing, and you got to give Ben Johnson a lot of credit, he's been out coaching motherfuckers, man.
He has been.
Yeah, Coach Football Psycho been on that shit.
You're damn straight, Football Psycho been doing it. I don't know. Like I said, like last week, he had to take 5 and get back to, what was working, and he did, and it worked. So I don't want, you know what I mean? Sometimes he gets a little bit ahead of himself. I got to laugh. I was a little worried. He wants, and this is clear and obvious, he wants his passing game to rule the world, and it's just not quite there yet. Boys, when it's there, NFL domination. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm looking at right now with this team and what they're doing defensively in the run game, just offensively in general scheme, when that passing game finally clicks, when it all starts working, oh boy.
Hey, did you see the comment that Ben Johnson made this week that we're winning because of our running game and not because of our passing game, or to the effect of we're winning because of our running game in spite of our passing game? So he's very aware of the shortcomings of the passing game, and he's vocal about addressing them. So yeah, it's something that we've heard Ben Johnson say, yeah, we need to fix this, and it got fixed eventually. Cleaned up the penalties, better discipline on the field. They're starting faster in games. They're more cohesive throughout the games. The time management, clock management is getting better. So as he makes the press conferences and people aware that, hey, I see these issues, we see these issues watching the game and talking about the game ad nauseum, the games plural. So he is growing on the job, learning as he's going, and he's not making the same mistake twice, and he's progressing and getting the best out of his locker room. So whatever the Packers defense throws at Ben Johnson this week, it's like, all right, they know that, all right, the Bears are going to want to run the ball. So we're going to gear up and run and stop the run and make Caleb Williams hurt us with his arm. So, Coach Ben Johnson knows that this is probably their plan. So there is the aspect of we're going to line it up and we're still going to run it, to the right because that's what we do. Or, yeah, we're going to do that a little bit, but we're going to bait you so much into believing that and calling defenses for that we're decoying these other plays or what have you. So, the counters to what he expects them to do to stop this offense. That's when you get into the chess matches and all that fun stuff.
All right. One last thing I want to say about this matchup. It might be the most important thing that, in my opinion, that we've said all night as far as this matchup goes, is the way, if it's me, we got all this history. We got all this residue to pass. I don't know how many years Aaron Rodgers has been here, and they've literally, and I hate to say it, they've owned us for the most part. Outside of that game last year that didn't count for shit, they've owned us. This rivalry has made us sick. It has made us probably mentally unstable for a lot of people's cases, man, because people can't take losing to the Packers and them having so much dominance over us. This is what I can say to that in context. This is the medicine to deal with the Packers this week. Don't worry about what Green Bay Packers can do to you. Make the Packers worry about what you can do to them, and we'll win the game. If the game is designed, I'm talking about the play call, the structures, every play that they pulled up for this game is designed to attack the Packers and not worrying about what the Packers can do to you and Micah Parsons and all these different things that they can do offensively and defensively. If you design this game plan and be in attack mode, which I know Ben Johnson has to be thinking that. You ain't worried about what the fuck Micah Parsons can do. Jordan Loves, any of those receivers, the running back. Don't worry about that. Design the game plan to attack them. Don't worry about what they can do. And I think we beat these motherfuckers. I'm not saying we're going to blow them out because it's a rivalry game, but I'm saying we're going to convince them that we're the most dominant team in this game Sunday.
You know, did you ever feel that the Eagles game was it felt the score felt closer than the game felt to me?
Yeah, Kiz was the only one worried.
I was just worried about, like I say, I was just worried that I couldn't quantify why he was trying to pass the ball in the situation he was in. We're leading, you're putting the ball in harm's way, and the passing game it's not clicking. Run game is running ruckshot all over this team. We're bursting holes left, right, and center, and you want to throw the football. I'm sorry, I was not with it, and like neither was 90% of the chat. But then he clued in and he did the right thing. But regardless as to all of that, when I was brooding, the score was 10-9. And even at 10-9, this game did not feel like it was out of hand. Not for a second.
We was owning them in the trenches, bro.
Yeah, all night, all game long. So I expect that to continue. Hate to say this, Philly fans, if you're watching, shout out to myself and my boy D Nice on the Superflex show last night. We both have a strange feeling that the Chargers are going to walk right into Philadelphia and do the same thing with Omarion Hampton and Blake Corum this week. After watching what we did to them, I think those boys are going to run all over Philadelphia too. It's going to be a problem. But back to where we are against the Packers, I think we got to flip the script here and look at the defensive side before we move on to other conversations. And I think we have an interesting goal there too, more or less. A lot of what we just finished watching this week defensively, layer in a little bit of Kyler Gordon and C.D. Johnson here and there to add that added pressure on Jordan Love in key downs. Hopefully we can get some pressure with the front four. Grady's been playing much better football. I don't know if everybody's been noticing, but Grady Jarrett is starting to make his impression felt now later in the season than he was earlier in the season.
He's been
all these things. What's that?
He's been dominant.
Yeah, he's playing. You were saying?
I just last two games he's been dominant, but carry on, bro.
I'm that's basically where I am. I'm happy with what I'm seeing with the front four. It's adding a bit more pressure. But again, you layer in CD and Kyler, and now you've got a manufactured pass rush from nowhere. So with that being the case, that's very interesting. I'm not sure how that is going to bode for Jordan Love. Jordan Love has a tendency, but he's accurate as all hell. You got to put this out there too. He does have a tendency to get in those situations and float one.
Chuck it up.
And when he chucks it up, for the most part, his guys go out there and it's 50-50 and they pull the ball down. That's what's been happening.
Well,
I don't know if that happens this week with Deshaun Wright playing the way that he's been playing, with Kevin Byard playing the way that he's been playing, and with Jalen Johnson back.
Well, let me throw 2 cents in on that, kids, because I'm glad you brought that up, because I'd have been out of this conversation and on to a whole other one without you mentioning that. Mm-hmm. And that's a very important nuance to the stuff that I see on tape. Now, You think about let's compare the two, compare and contrast. Caleb Williams, when he can be accurate, and when he's accurate, there's not a lot of error underneath Caleb Williams's balls. Caleb Williams, when he throws the ball, it's pretty tight and pretty on point to wherever that target point is. It's not a lot of air under it, as opposed to Jordan Love. There's a nice amount of air under his balls.
Yeah.
Why do I say this is important? Jordan Love's his highest accuracy to me, and it might be some stat to probably disprove what I'm saying, but this is just the way I see it.
There's the stat right there. +3 Jordan Love turnovers. So he doesn't have a lot of turnovers on the season at all.
Okay,
I expect there to be a couple this weekend.
But this is where it gets a little different. To me, Jordan Love's best football is when he's attacking the middle of the field, whether it be in the short area, whether it be in the deep third, wherever it's at. That's, to me, when he's the most dangerous, when he's attacking that part of the field. He's okay underneath with some backup linebackers and some less than capable, linebackers in coverage against this team, and he'll probably try to exploit that. You might have TJ ain't the best coverage linebacker. I'm just being honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Maine's the best coverage linebacker we have on the team.
I agree.
By far. That situation is something that we probably should have talked about a little bit more, but we got time we dealing with. But the most important thing I'm talking about with the trajectory of the way Jordan Love throws the ball down the field, when he's going after that deep third in the middle, guess who's back there?
Kevin Byard.
With all that air under the ball.
Not a good scene.
Exactly.
Now you do that against your number 2 target, because Jalen Johnson's blanketing your number 1, and you've got a 6'5" cornerback over there who's been pulling down. He's been pulling down balls all season. So these are the 2 areas. You're nailing it, bro. These are the 2 areas where Jordan Love is dangerous. So are the Chicago Bears from a secondary perspective.
Well, there's a stat out there that the Packers are like number 1 in third down and
efficiency
on offense, and the Bears are like number 1 or top in getting off the field on third downs. So something's got to give. Mm-hmm. But with the blitzing capabilities of a CD Deuce, of a Kyler Gordon, of a Kwani B, and seeing how Dennis Allen is designing these different looks, when they have all, most of the guys up on the line, and the offensive line is like trying to figure out who's blitzing, and then they drop back and just rush a 4, or they blitz and they get somebody to get free. It's very creative how Dennis Allen does this, and now as he's getting these horses back, it's going to be more confusing for Love, and that's his thing. Get him confused, get him shook, and he'll just chuck it up there. And now you let Byard or Wright or anybody else who those 2 just happen to be leading the NFL and turnovers. But having those guys out there is going to be interesting. Now, as long as the Bears hold up against the run and can cover the screens that Green Bay likes to throw, I can see Dennis Allen getting the best of Matt LaFleur.
Man,
you said it, boys. I don't. Again, this is a Bears podcast. Maybe we're being biased.
Well,
I just got to throw out the obvious shit, but
I
don't think we're being biased here at all.
What the fuck we ain't?
I don't think we are at all, man. I think this is a very interesting matchup. I think this game was flexed up to 8 o'clock for all the good reasons.
It's made
I think it's going to be one. This is a prime-time football game we're about to experience on Sunday, and I think the Bears are in favor.
Kids, it's going to be the best game of the season, or it's going to be a fucking blowout.
I gotta check
it's going to be a
Gambling situation.
it's going to be a blowout.
Check the gambling situation.
Well, I think the Bears are 5-point dogs.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to say, man. Oh man,
I'm not even a better.
On Friday, I got to put some money on this game, boys.
Y'all give me a couple of seconds, man. I gotta pop out for a second. But
see, I'm not even a better, and I saw that, and I was like, oh, because now if you think about it, the pressure is on the Packers. You know, they've had their coach in place for 7-8 years now. You know, they're paying their quarterback who's been in place for many years now, $50 million. You know, they've traded for Parsons. So they're basically all in on this season. Whereas the Bears, it's like, hey, Ben Johnson, first time head coach here. Nice to meet you. Oh, yeah, we're kicking ass, taking names, and we're not really taking any names. So, you know, all the pressure is on the home team. So, you know, this is the Bears basically playing with house money.
Brother, we don't have anything to lose here. And like what you're saying is that Bears are leading the NFC. We're walking into a situation where, you know, let's play some damn good football like we've been doing every single week. There's really nothing to lose. You visit these guys in 2 more weeks anyways. So you go and you play some damn good football. I'm looking. I gotta see what the. Okay, the odds are not as great as I was hoping they would be, but I bet you that's because I live in Canada. They're trying to stiff me. I'll keep my eyes peeled, man. But I'm very tempted in putting some solid money just squarely on a Bears win this weekend because I usually do a parlay to try to get my money up. I'm like, if the odds are real nice, I'm saying screw it. I'll just go straight up Bears win. I don't see much preventing that this time around. This is definitely worth my money. For as long as I've lived and done a little sports gambling here and there, I generally avoid the Bears versus Packers situation. This time around, let's go.
All right, what we got to do is I almost said parlay, but we got to part this Bears conversation and get into something else, man. And I'll lead this conversation off like this. Ain't nothing sacred anymore. There's no guarantees. There's no assurities in life at this point, especially in society. So what do you do in events like this? So what we have here, Trips, I think you mentioned this 2-3 weeks ago. I can't remember exactly when, but I know you mentioned it. Talking about, under these circumstances where when things break down and you don't have regular services going on in society, and you run out of everything you have in the house, and now you got to start thinking about, let's just say you can't even stay in your house and you got to move around and you need to depend on nature. What is this you seeing in front of you, Trips?
All right. The Complete Guide to Edible Wild Plants, published by the Department of the Army. And I would be like, yeah, because just thinking about, mushrooms, there's a shit ton of different mushrooms that grow, but not all are edible. Just think about the daisies, the dandelions, any wild plant. Some of them are edible. Some have medicinal purposes as well. But just looking at the edibles, if you need to, feed yourself, you can go out and forage for, whatever plants they may be, and you can, sustain yourself by getting the nutrients from the wild that are, is just knowing what is good for you as opposed to poison.
Amen to that, Kez. I'll let you give your take before I clean up.
Yeah. Looks like whatever you can find out in the forest that you can potentially eat in a worst case scenario that won't kill you. Because like some of the stuff out there, sorry, will unalive you.
Absolutely.
It may happen.
Absolutely. I think this is probably one of your top 10 must-haves in your prepared situation in your home, away from your home, or just having it. Best, it's almost like hazmat. I look at these two books as the same thing, but in a different genre, right? Edible, there's all kinds of nature that's there to sustain you. All kinds. All this, let's just say 85% of the stuff out there grown naturally is there to help the humans or the animals or whatever beings there are out there that need sustenance. Knowing what those things are is the most important thing ever when it comes to a survival situation. You have to have this in your repertoire. You need to know what the shapes of these leaves are and know what's good, what's bad. Let's just say you got a oak-shaped leaf growing off a tree. This looks fine, and it's growing some chestnuts or something on the top. Whatever you think about it, guess what? At the bottom of that tree, if you see some little red berries growing off of some of the foliage that's coming off of there, growing naturally, guess what those little red berries are telling you? Don't eat shit that's coming off this tree.
Yeah, that's poisonous.
So this thing has
toxic,
dynamic, absolute. This some of the stuff out here is fatal. Absolutely fatal, depending on how much of it you ingest. It can definitely, it'll do you in.
You just can't eat anything and everything. And there are things that are edible that, plants in this case, that you wouldn't know. Not that a coconut is a plant, but if you were not aware that you could break open a coconut and it has, its little milk in there and you could eat its innards, you would just think it was a big ass old rock or something. These plants that are growing out in some of these prairies and fields or mountainsides or streams or whatever, it's like, it's just some, grass, weeds, or whatever the hell's growing. It's like, nah, you can eat that stuff. You could gather, a pocket full or a basket full, put into boiling water. You can make a lot of teas, a lot of soup seasonings. Y'all be hating on bay leaves, but you can get you some natural bay leaf out in the wild. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's something in this book about where some plants may be for consumption, others may just be for seasoning. To tone down the flavor of this plant or to enhance the flavor of that plant. Because it's all nature and it works together. And as the teacher KRS-One said, I will give you all the seed bearing plants and fruits for you to use.
I thought he said whoop whoop. That's the sound of the police.
Well, that was a different joint, but yeah, there's many. Thank you very much.
Okay.
But yeah, it's knowing the right ones, and you can sustain yourself for a very long time without a grocery stores. But you have to have that knowledge, and you can't say, well, I got Google on my phone. It's like, nah, you actually need books because electronic devices, EMPs, ain't not working no more. Or, whatever the case may be, you don't have a battery, you don't have access to anything electronic. So you need the old, illustrated books, or, you make you some flashcards, or you use the internet now and you print up hard copies to have in your shelter, in your bunker, or wherever your place is that you're going to be able to stay, live, or you actually get the hard copy of the book and keep with you if you're transient and going to be on a move to maybe get to a more secure, permanent location, and you won't need to sustain yourself on the way. Whatever the case may be, this is something that is useful. It may suck because you got to hump it or carry it, but it will be it can keep you alive, help keep you alive.
Couple of quick notes here. There's a reason why I put the Department of the Army's version of this book out there. There's probably tens of thousands of these out there, different people who make these books, and I think they're, for whatever reason, these are all very, very informative. I love the people that took the time to make these books. You know what I mean? We're paying the government out of our taxes a whole lot of money. They damn well better have a good guide out there to keep people safe and healthy. And I'm grateful that our tax dollars got spent on something like this. This is a very good version of what you need to know, man. Straight up, you like, one of the little tips I learned from a Marine was, like, if you're in the forest, like, this is different than around your house or in your neighborhood. This is completely different than in the forest. Why? Is because people maintenance the things that come out of trees in the neighborhood or in the yard. They take care of those things. Over time, sometimes poisons and toxins come out of dead foliage and stuff that comes out of trees, leaves and all that kind of stuff. And let's just say some of the stuff that you see growing up and around a big tree. Let's just say you're walking through the forest, trips of kids, and you see a big tree out there, and you see little plants growing up in and around that tree, and you're stepping on, probably feels like 20 years worth of dead foliage, whether it be bark, whether it be leaves, whatever it is, you're stepping on it. You can feel the softness of it. That's the stuff to stay away from. That's the stuff that typically has your red berries on it or your poison plants growing off it. It's like a hybrid of whatever that tree is. That's something I learned from a Marine. That's the shit you want to stay away from.
Well, what I know is I don't know none of that. You know what I mean? So I ain't going in the forest eating stuff that's just growing, because I might not make it out the forest. So.
And like Crimson's saying here, very little of it can be fatal, but it can be. But bubble guts is a thing, getting diarrhea or vomiting.
Yeah.
Because now you are, wasting your hydration. You're wasting the salts that are in your body, of which you need in these situations to survive. So it may not be fatal per se from the plant, but its effects can weaken you physically to where now you are, subject to, or more prone to falling because you're dizzy or because you're weakened, conditioned. And if you're weak, you can't travel, you can't get a fire, you can't forage for food, you can't hunt, so that's almost a death sentence, just getting something as simple as diarrhea out in these situations.
All right, man. This I highly suggest that you get. This is the starter, in my opinion. This is how my preparation started, was walking into a surplus store and finding a book like this. You go into an Army surplus store, you're going to find the Department of Army edible wild. This is what the kind of stuff you find, man. And so I found it to be very valuable, man. I suggest you do this. If you want to start prepping for any eventuality, this is a good place to start. Get this book and go into it. Walk out in your local little treed area or your yard and start seeing what stuff is shaped like, and that's your start to curiosity, bro. Or ladies and gentlemen, you should probably do this, man. But let's get to the next thing, and that is this. What do you think, Trips?
Rainwater harvesting. Oddly enough, in some places it's illegal. Go figure.
Wow. Where?
Some places in Illinois.
That you can't harvest rainwater?
Yeah.
He's right.
It's a a ticketable offense because it's against some kind of ordinance for some reason or another. I don't know the exact reason because I really didn't care at the time.
I bet it's got something to do with optics. They don't want to see shit in their neighborhoods driving down their property value.
Yeah, like homeowners association type thing.
I was about to start cussing, man.
Yeah, it could be because like some homeowners associations don't allow, sheds or carports or anything like that. It's like, well, do I own this property or don't I? I want to put what the hell I want to on it. But we are looking at a system hooked up to a downspout of a gutter. So when it rains and the water goes into your roof and it goes into the gutter, it goes into this downspout. And then you get 3, 4, 5 barrels lined up that have spouts at the bottom of them. They're sitting up on cinder blocks to elevate them off the ground. And the water is connected through PVC pipes that goes down through each one. But I think, it's different because each one has a spout on there. But not typically, but filtering water, you would start with the water like in the first barrel, and then you would have a hole drilled into the top of that barrel into the next one, and then I think the bottom one of the next one, and then the top one. So basically, as the water fills up that first barrel, it filters into the second, and then you have your filtering agents in there, like your sand, your charcoals, whatever barrels, and then it filters that water, and then by the time it gets to the last barrel, you can have the spout on it and basically drink right out of it.
I know a fireman that did something similar to this. It was more like 2 barrels than this many barrels. And what happens, and he didn't have to do any of that poking holes in the sides of that. What happens is that first barrel is going to fill completely up, and it's going to fill up so much it's going to push all of that water back into that pipe that's going to fill up the next one. And when that one gets filled all the way up, it's going to push that water up to that pipe, and it's going to go into the next one, and on and on down the line.
Filters as it goes.
Yeah. Now, and then you got the spigot down there at the bottom, and it's important that you put the brick structure there. And why it's so simply dumb, but it's important. The reason why you put the brick system there or the cinder block system there, whatever you decide to set up underneath this, is so that you can access the water. And so that whatever catching system, whatever bowl or whatever, you see a water dispenser right there, the little green thing, is so that thing can go right under there and you can catch the water and go do whatever you need to do with the water. It's a dumbass thing to say, but a lot of people would just go and buy this stuff, put it all together, and put the barrels flat on the ground, and okay, this is perfect. And then how are you going to get to the water? So you got to make sure it's a raised system so that you can access the water with at least that little container you have down there. Sounds important.
Yeah, Crimson's pointing out that this image is a storage system of rainwater harvesting, just that, not a filtration system.
It's not.
But you can convert this into a filtration system by just drilling a few holes in each of the barrels and putting in your
you could do the filtration right at that gray connector at the top too. You could filter it right at that level as well.
Well, that's not enough.
No? Why do you say that?
Look at the amount of water that these barrels hold. What are these, like 50 gallons?
Sure.
You're gonna need your gradient of rocks, your charcoal, your sands, that like 3/4 full of each of these barrels. And so it will go into the first one, fill up, filter through all of them till you get to the end, and now you have something that is purified and drinkable, as opposed to now where these spigots are at each one because they're just storing the rainwater.
There's another couple of well, at least one more phase to it. I'd say 2, is because now we have gutter covers now. You can get gutter covers, and you don't want to just drink this straight out of your gutter, because any and everything is on your roof, from birds to little mammals, little anything that's up there pissing and shitting and going into your gutter. And even if you have a gutter cover, which they have those on the market, you still want to make sure that water is at least purified by boiling it, filter. There's another couple of steps to go here. You don't want to just take this right out of your gutter and put this to your face.
No, but the garden will love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So if you're just using this for, your foliage, your garden, or anything nature related, you don't have to worry about the filtration aspects of it.
Look at Neo Red Pill. He's heard the similar things. He said, I thought collecting rainwater was illegal.
Yeah. And it depends on your where you're at.
You're watching Dylan. You're watching people getting ready for any kind of eventuality and learning how to maintain. That's what we're talking about here. This is preparation for how do you maintain. We just talked about plants that may have to sustain you. Talking about water, we got to have both of those things. We got to have greens. We got to have water. Got to have food. Got to have water.
And this is a Bears channel, but on Wednesday nights on Extra Sauce, we talk about other things, drinks, food, and otherworldly things, interworldly things, and preparatory things. So in addition to the Chicago Bears content, on Wednesday night Extra Sauce, we go into some extra topics, hence the name.
Amen to that. I'm glad you explained it to Dylan. Hey, man, that's what we do here. We talk about Bears. We talk about everything. Maybe, hey, man, this is the place to be when you want a lot of content, because we talk about a lot of stuff here, man. If you just not getting here, you just missed a whole lot.
And definitely missed the Bears content, because we just basically wrapped that up. Now on to other things. But this is a cool little idea. A couple folks in the chat are saying that, they thought collecting rainwater was illegal, and it is in some cases. I don't know why that would be, but folks want to wrap every general thing that you can do into red tape and litigation. So not all that surprised. I have heard this, but if you can get away with it where you live, great way to sort of wean yourself off the grid, man. Save yourself a bunch of cash with regards to the water that you're consuming and that your family uses as well.
And my best suggestion for this, if you're in, let's just say, a HOA community, I will never live in another one of them. I don't give a fuck how nice the house is. Never will I ever live in one of those communities again, because the people that run those HOAs are, I could say some bad things right now, but I'm not going to say it. But let's just say less than civilized. They got their noses in the air and they want to measure everybody. It's okay. If you're going to do something like this and you're living in an HOA, you definitely don't want to do this in the front of your house, obviously. So when people that ride by there, you just giving them freaking
a license to come mess with you. Yeah.
You got to put this somewhere, put it in your backyard, and try to do your best to make it not noticeable. That's the best thing I can say here. Any other thoughts about this?
Yeah, rainwater is acid rain. It's not I think Crimson said it's not potable, as it's falling from the sky. So it's not like you can just hold a glass up and collect full of rainwater and drink it. Yeah, that's not filtered. That's not good. So just because it falls from the sky don't mean it's clear and pure and edible, because it ain't. If you have a house or someplace to set it up and you have a garden, rainwater harvesting system is something that will benefit your land, benefit your garden, keep the water bill lower. So it's all around benefit to your own personal ecosystem. It's just having the supplies, and you got to keep them clean periodically. You got to replace hardware and parts. So when you're going to DIY stuff, make sure you know how to DIY it. So when it breaks down or needs maintenance and repair, you know how to do that, or any upgrades. It's not hard. Just a few basic tools and just the willingness to want to learn. And you too can have your own rainwater harvesting system, of which you can convert into a filtration drinking system with, a few more steps.
Yeah. But this is sustainability. If you ever want to see it, using nature to make sure that you got the sustenance you need, everything you need to keep your body going. You don't have to, this ain't complicated. You don't have to complicate this at all. All you need is a way to catch this water. And this is a very simplified way to maintain storage of that water. Just know, again, like Tripp said, that this is not a one-off. You can't just grab this water and drink it, dog. You gotta take it, boil it, you gotta purify it, you gotta make sure that this water is safe to be ingested. But this is one way to make sure you got water for what food, you got water to what drink, you got water to what clean, you got water to do everything you need to do around wherever you are. But just know, man, don't be a dunton and not know that you can't just pull this out of that container and drink it. That's the most important thing. All right. We need to, any more thoughts about this before we move on?
What I can say is it looks like collecting rainwater is illegal in Utah and one other state. For the most part, you can do it for most places. It's legal here in Canada. So Colorado and Utah are the two states that it seems to be an issue. As far as Illinois is concerned, seems to be something you can actually do.
No, I think that's an HOA thing there.
Yeah. HOA will get you no matter where you are at, right? Like if you're in one, the purpose of them is to tell you what you can and can't do with your property. So
I never live in another one.
Yeah.
Never. Ever. I'll never do that again. But I was green to it. I didn't know. But that's a whole other conversation. We need to probably talk about that on a separate. We need to open up a whole conversation about that because, boy, I'll tell you. All right. We gotta move into the last thing, and I'm gonna skip my favorite thing just to get to this, man. And I have to do the intro for it. This is a hell of a story. You guys that hang around here this long, you're gonna be glad you hung around there for this one. But let's get this going. Hold on. Hey, one quick side note before we start getting into this conversation about the story that we have for you, that I hope once we get done with this conversation, it spurs you to go on and check out this conversation on your own and find out the information for yourselves. But this is a new documentary out on Prime Video. I haven't seen it yet. I'm just going to be flat out honest with you. I have not seen it yet, but I'm going to suggest it to you all because I've seen enough clips of it to know that this is the legit thing. In this is an age of discovery documentary disclosure. Did I say discovery? There's a whole movie coming out about that. But this is the Age of Disclosure documentary out on Prime Video. This has got some stuff in it, man. I'm just telling you that right now. I've seen enough clips of it to say that. And I'm suggesting this to you all. It's about $25 right now. The last time I went and checked, it's a $25 fee to pay for that video on Prime. That's outrageous in my opinion. I'm not going to pay for it. I'm going to wait until that thing comes down quite a bit before I'm not going to spend nothing on it. I'm going to wait till it's free. I'm just being honest with you. But this is all you people that are curious about this whole UFO, UAP phenomenon and wanting to know exactly what's going on out there and want information to try to confirm or deny anything that you think or you have heard. This is one of the documentaries that you want to see. Why? It's because you have paid government officials in high places. I'm just going to leave it there that are saying things in this documentary that I'm sure that a lot of people in the government are just like, what are these sons of guns doing? I've seen clips of it already. So all of you that have seen clips on it, y'all know what I'm talking about. But for those that are new to this is something you want to see. So if you got $25 and you want to give it up, you got disposable income, go ahead and pay for that on Amazon Prime now and go see it. But this is going to be monumental. This is going to be monumental right now. Any thoughts about this? Have you heard about this, Trips of Kids?
Nope.
No, I haven't heard about this yet.
All right. I just wanted to put that out there for the masses before I get to this. Give me 1 second. So, kids, I'm gonna give you a chance to, if you want to speak on what you know about this, what you heard about this, before I speak on it.
Okay. In a nutshell, this is what we're going to delve into here today is a UFO sighting or alien sighting, if you will, on African soil as opposed to anything else. This is in southern Africa, I believe Zimbabwe or Zambia area. The cool thing about this is Zimbabwe. The cool thing about this is that this is coming from children, and we'll go. Nomad will get deeper into it, but it's a few school kids who made this encounter and saw what they saw, and it's interesting to sort of look at and talk about, A, what they experienced, and B, how unsolicited this information is. This is coming from kids, right?
Yeah. Well, let me start it off like this, kids, and if I get something wrong, you make sure you stop me and correct me. So this is coming out of Zimbabwe, Africa in 1994.
That's right.
Incident goes like this. African kids are in a school in rural Zimbabwe, and the administrators, the teachers, are having a break. They're having a teachers meeting, whatever. They're getting away from the kids, and they put the kids out on the playground. Again, this is rural Zimbabwe. Not very many homes, not very many, you got sparse homes, you got sparse anything out there. It's rural. That's just how rural anything goes in any part of the world. And they're out there, in about 15, 20 minutes until while they're out there, they see things that they shouldn't be seeing. They see a shiny, let's just say, some of them called it round, but the more and more I researched it, that's just what they seen on its face. So front facing this object, it looked like it was round, but it wasn't round at all. Later on, as I started researching this incident, it came across like they're talking about some kind of cylinder. So they call it cigar shaped, they call it sausage shaped, they call it pencil shaped, and it has some kind of metallic look to it. And they're talking about this. Fast forward to the nitty gritty. These kids are out here on the playground, and this thing comes into a wooded, treed area, and beings get out of this spacecraft. They call it black beings. They call it black beings with big eyes. And later on, I'll show you guys a video, and you guys can determine what you think about that video later. But they're talking about, what they look like. They were smaller. They were really, really skinny. And they had really a big head and big eyes, just like the typical alien conversations you hear about. This is like the atypical description of a extraterrestrial being. All of those factors were in it, but the way they were talking about this thing and how these things were moving, I don't know that we can get to all of it in 1 week because there's so much footage out there. You're talking about 60 plus kids that were interviewed. And once you see these kids being interviewed, one thing I can tell you guys for sure is one thing I don't play around with, if you know me and know my background, is I take kids seriously, especially this age group. There was a 6 to 12 age group that were interviewed that saw this stuff. They're not necessarily liars. I'll just say that to you. They tell you the way they see the world. And it's up to you to listen to them. And when I show you guys this interview, these interviews, I want you to determine to me and tell me whether you think this is credible or not. Because in my opinion, I've seen a lot of stuff. Heard a lot of stuff from things in this community, but this is the most credible thing I've ever seen or heard, even though you don't see any freaking vehicles, any saucers, anything, any beings. You don't see any of that. All you're going to hear is people, little kids describe what they saw. And you tell me what you think of it. Tell me if you think it's credible or not. But kids, anything that I miss, fill me in, fill in some blanks if you want to.
No, you did a great job. You kind of ran it right down the line. I assume you're going to play a clip here.
I am.
Yeah, let's run the clip and we'll come back with more commentary on it.
All right, what do I have on the screen here? I got to stop something, huh?
No, you're good. You got a full overlay, so you can play the clip on the behind the overlay if you want. This way we don't.
I'm definitely taking the overlay down because I want them to see the kids.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'm gonna share with y'all. Give me a second. I'm gonna get to it. Where's my stuff? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, where's Beldar Conehead? I know Quatu's out there somewhere.
All right, pay close attention. Let me open the screen up a little bit. Pay close attention to what you. This is the.
It felt scary. What was scary about it?
Well, that's.
By the way, the guy interviewing these children, his name is John Mack. He's a Harvard psychiatrist. He's also, later on he became an author. He became, a couple of different other things. But his main job at that point in time when he met these children was a psychiatrist. He was called in after this incident. They called the BBC and, collectively they got together and decided that these kids needed to have somebody sit down and work through whatever they saw because it was a traumatic experience for them. And so this was the person that they called, a Harvard psychiatrist, my bad. And he came in and interviewed these people, these kids, and he taped these interviews individually, 60 plus people. So I'm stopping the video so that we don't have no monetizing problems, but to describe who this guy is, this is John Mack, Dr. John Mack, Harvard psychiatrist. Let's keep going.
Yeah, because I've never seen such a.
And what was the feeling when you looked at the eyes?
It was scary.
Mm-hmm. And what scary? Why? What made it scary?
The eyes looked evil.
Evil. Mm-hmm. And what was evil about them? Say what you mean by evil.
It looked evil because it was just staring at me.
With what? Staring at you as if what? As if to do what?
As if it wanted to come and take us.
As if it wanted to come and take you. That was the feeling you got? That it wanted you to go with it? Did you feel like you wanted to go with it? No. Did you feel, what was the effect on you when you felt it wanted to have you go with it?
I just walked away and I started crying.
Something.
Okay, let me pull this down for a second. We're gonna talk just a second, so we're on the same page, man. This was heavy when I first saw it, man. This is very heavy. What did you guys think of this so far? And there's still more to talk about.
Yeah, I'm first this week. Remember, we'll see the batting order. Yeah, cool. I mean, kids saw something, and they're not of an age where they could get together and be like, "Yeah, let's make up a story and go viral." And I don't think it was like a mass, hypnosis. I don't think they had, the same visions, and they're describing the kind of the same thing from different eyes. So it's like they saw some shit. I don't know.
Kids,
you muted.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me fill in a few more blanks, man, because I think we got one more little. It's a lot of interviews, man. There's like 30, 40, 45 minutes worth of interviews going on this video, but I got some of the ones that I thought, could drive home the point. And what's not talked about in this video was 3 to 4 days late before this. Hundreds of people anywhere around South Africa, from Zimbabwe, you're talking about Botswana, areas like that were calling. I'm talking about hundreds of calls were calling into that. What's that?
Sorry, continue.
Hundreds of calls calling in. It's like just random calls saying that they're seeing bright ass lights, like shiny lights, like overbearingly shiny lights, cigar, sausage shaped, pencil shaped objects in the air that's shining a lot of light and moving extremely different than anything that you humanly can be made. This is 3 or 4 days before this incident in Zimbabwe. Broad daylight. Broad freaking daylight this happened, just so you know. Broad daylight that happened. So let me pull up another video real quick before we talk about that a little bit more.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. And again, when you hear it coming from children, it's harder to question the narrative, right? Likely no preconceived notion or agenda there.
Give me a second, I'll find the video. That's what makes it dope. That's what makes it more compelling. Now, this video right here, you see this black guy on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about the days before that happened, and he's showing kind of some footage from that incident that happened where had hundreds of people calling in like, hey, what the fuck is this in the air? You probably never heard of this before tonight. Probably a lot of people never heard of this before tonight. All right, this is another one. Wait a minute. This is some of the same stuff, but we're gonna play it anyway. I don't know if this is the right thing, but we can play it.
Evil. Mm-hmm. And what was evil about them? Say what you mean by evil.
It looked evil because it was just staring at me.
With what? Staring at you as if what? As if to do what?
As if it wanted to come and take us.
As if it wanted to come and take you. That was the feeling you got? That it wanted you to go with it? Did you feel like you wanted to go with it? No. Did you feel, what was the effect on you when you felt it wanted to have you go with it?
I just...
By the way, these are administrators that were on staff at that particular time. They're talking about what they witnessed while they were in the staff meeting and the kids came running. That's about...
What scared you?
The noise.
That's about all we can show. There's much, much more to this. When I say much more, I mean a bunch more. Fellas, I'm gonna just leave it. What do y'all think, man? I mean, you had the administrators, you had the kids singing the same tune. Something definitely happened there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't have enough of information to make an opinion. I mean, the kid saw some shit, and it looked like the gray aliens with the eyes and the figures. I mean, maybe it was. I don't know. Maybe they was tripping on some of that elephant peyote out there. I don't know what the hell they be doing.
As you get into
it's definitely something that is. I mean, at that time, I mean, look at them. What year was this? The 70s, 80s? What year was this?
1994. And by the way, Trips, in the interviews, what consistently came across was these were black, whether it was some people that said they was a black men, and there was some kids that said they look like tight bodysuits. And there's different, but they all said that these things were black.
Yeah, you know, and maybe they are saying black as in color, you know, because they're in South Africa and you know there are a lot of black people. But I got the feeling it was more like a midnight black as opposed to like a black person. And just from their descriptions and how you know just the fear in their eyes, I mean, they saw something, and their descriptions are of what previous descriptions of you know aliens or UFOs have looked like. So it's like, yeah, maybe they saw some shit.
What I was happy about was the fact that they brought in a trained psychiatrist that knows how to interview a child. These were 6 to 12 in that age group, and I spent quite a bit of time with that age group in my professional career, and I know whether it was counseling, mentoring them, whether it was teaching them, I know that age group intimately, man, and I know they ain't liars. They'll tell you what they wanted. They'll tell you what they think, and that's the most influential group in the world. You talking about from infancy to 12 years old. If you want to influence a child to become whatever you think that child can be, the best time in his life or her life that you can influence them is at that age group, infancy to 12, 11 to 12 years old. That's before they start developing bad habits that is harder to break. And so that's when they're the most honest. And so you could just look at those kids and you know that's not bullshit. So I was just proud that they brought a trained person in there that knew how to interview young people and to not train them to give you the response that you're looking for. Just ask them the question and let them answer it to their best ability. And that's what it looked like there. Kids, you muted.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, man, it's interesting to get this type of report on a couple of different levels. First one is most of these reports come from that Roswell desert area. Like you don't really hear a lot of stuff from other places. So it's interesting to sort of look at it and get an understanding that this stuff may actually be occurring elsewhere on the planet Earth, and it's just not really filtering down to us. Same token, you nailed it. You know, the kids are not going to really have any other reason than to tell you what they saw because it was scary, right? Like that's what they would be coming out there and pointing towards. They didn't understand it. It was frightening, and they're telling the world about it. So it's an interesting account for that matter. You know, there's all kinds of other ways of looking at it, but I'll keep it face value here today.
Go for it, man. If you
No, it doesn't. Not really relevant, right? You know what I mean? This is an interesting conversation piece to have where it is right now. Just to note that these types of things have been seen elsewhere. I'm used to them being in a very set, specific, rigid area, and we just don't hear a lot about the potential for this stuff happening elsewhere. And I've always questioned, why the hell is this stuff always just in a specific area? It's kind of crazy, but
it's always in the desert, man.
Yeah, man.
The goddamn on desert. And I actually have another couple of videos, but I can tell it's almost time for us to get ready to close this thing out. So I'm gonna hold that until next week. But I will say this one more time, and Kez kind of alluded to it in the comments that he just made here. One for sure thing about children at that age, they ain't got no filter. None. Am I right or wrong?
Well, they're not. Well, they don't have a filter. I'm going to say they're not going to make stuff up for the sake of making it up. Yeah, they will, but not in concert.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Not in mass.
You know what I'm saying? Not in mass. Like Joey's a bullshitter. Okay, we get it, Joey. You know what I'm saying? That might be a one-off situation, but multiple kids with the same story, that's a little bit different. Different deal.
That's way different. And that's what gave it so much credence to me. And even though I've seen tons of stuff, people seeing this, they got recorded stuff, whether it's in the desert, like Kez was talking about, whether it's in ruralized bum F Arkansas or Alabama, whether it's in New York, whether it's in Chicago, LA, wherever people are recording stuff and finding stuff in the air. And, you know, what happens is, man, right now we live in the age of information, and we live in the age of AI as well. And so soon as people see stuff like that, immediately the salt starts to get trickled out of the fingertips. Like, I'm not giving that so much credibility because of AI. And there's just so many people looking for, you know, they're looking for credibility out here in these communities. They'll put anything out there just to get some views and things like that. So I understand, man. I'm not one of those people that believes everything that I see. Now, with that being said, when I see things like this, and I'm going to tell you guys one more time. If you want to know more about this, you should look it up, and I'm going to tell you what to look up. Type in your Google search and let it go from there. Type in 1994 Zimbabwe UFO incident with school children. 1994 Zimbabwe UFO incident with 60 school children, as a matter of fact, 60 plus. But you don't even have to put that in there at that back end of it. All you got to do is put in 1994 Zimbabwe UFO incident, and you're going to get to all the information. I've seen every single interview, 60 plus kids. And to this day, it's the most compelling evidence that we have things that are not earthly around us. It's the most compelling. If I had to tap one thing, this is it. This is it, because I believe children. But that's it. That's it, man. That's what we got for tonight, man. And that I encourage you guys to go follow up on the story and read as much as you can, see as much as you can, because it's only so much that we can do on YouTube without getting in trouble. So we did our very best, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. And I hope you all, the Bears content, food, drink, it was all fun to us, man. But we need to get out of here. And let's leave you all with some good pleasantries. We'll start with Triple R at the top.
Yeah, shout out to everybody who joined, and shout out to everybody who will join later, watching us on demand, as it were. Please make sure that you are subscribed to all three of the networks that are broadcasting right now. The Nomad Network at Kansas Canuck and Sports Chicago Style. Also, you can find at Triple RSCS. That's the handle of the channel. Shout out to Chef Trip. Shout out to Trip, and a shout out to Coach Tripping, who we do the pregame and the postgame thoughts, and have done thus far every game this season over there at Sports Chicago Style. So check out those videos. And appreciate all the support that are keeping our subscribers numbers rising. Glad you enjoy the content. And we look forward to seeing you, I guess, for the game on Sunday.
Amen. There you go.
And there's that guy, Kansas Canuck. Go check him out. Give him a little bit of love. Like, share, subscribe. Do the same for my brothers here at Sports Chicago Style and at the Nomad Network. Follow me on Tuesday. Check me out on Tuesday, me and D Nice, for the Superflex Fantasy Football Show. We will be providing you with all your fantasy football stuff. Sit 'em, start 'em, who's injured, what you should be doing, because we're about to get into the playoff push. And things about to get interesting in fantasy football. Oh, look at baby kids. There he is.
Get those Zerberts.
There's baby kids. But yeah. Thanks for coming out, y'all. Big ups to everybody in the chat. Scrolls, Crimson, Beldar, Kawatu, Cloud Chaser Radio. Who else was with us tonight? Mr. Mayhem, AC Adam was with us tonight. Dylan Campbell, who jumped in. Neo Red, Create Culture. Grant LeCompte, big ups to Grant, big ups to Ricky, and big ups to the Bishop. Shout out to Aldo Gandia, and rest up, bless up to you, man. Hopefully everything works out for you. And shout out to the guys over at the bar room, John Santucci and the crew. Big ups to all you guys. Big ups to all you guys, as well as Greg Gabriel. And like I said, hopefully everything shakes out well with Aldo and his health situation. Outside of that, Yo, we'll be here live and direct on Sunday. Be there, and I can't wait for the beatdown that we're about to put on these Packers. Bring a smile, bring your confidence, and bear the F down.
And what time is the game now? Because it got flexed, right?
I believe we're flexed up to 8 p.m., so there won't be a Nomad at night on Sunday. We will be doing Feed the Bears right up until post-game. So come and join us, enjoy, and believe. We're going to do it again.
I think the game is at 7:15, 7:30.
Oh, my bad. 8 o'clock Eastern, 7.
So we'll go live 30 minutes before kickoff.
That's it.
So whatever time that game is playing in your zone, we be on 30 minutes beforehand. That's what we do every single week. And we invite you all to be a part of the community because it's so much fun listening to real people call the game live instead of paid freaking, I don't know what you want to call them. It's so much more real when you come in and join us, man. So I invite everybody to the community, anybody that can hear my voice, invite some other people, the people that are part of the community. Go ahead and invite other people and let them know it's real and it's raw, and that's the main thing. We are different than your national broadcast or your local broadcast. We're not playing over here, man. We call the game how we see it. It's a little arguing going on from time to time, but that's just the nature of the beast. But you get real when you come over here, man. So I hope you all enjoyed this show tonight.
3:25.
What time?
Central.
3:25
Central. Kickoff.
Are you sure? I thought it was flexed to prime time.
No, it was flexed from 12.
All right, let's get that right, man.
I'm going to tell you. I can tell you in a minute. Keep talking.
That's what Mayhem is saying. He's saying it's at 3:25 this Sunday.
Yeah, because it was noon, and then they flexed it to the afternoon. Not the night.
So if the game is on at 3:25, let's just say we're going to be in here at 3 o'clock. If this is Central Time.
He's right. It's 3:25 or 3:25 Central, 4:25 Eastern.
All right. We'll be in here at 3 o'clock then.
That's right.
Agreed?
Right on.
All right. We'll be here at 3 o'clock, 25 minutes before the game, which is cool, man. But, hey, man, I want to say this to you before we get out of here. I always thank you all for being here and being a part of this community because it's important to us that you are here, that you are contributing, whether it be just in your voice and what you say in the show, whether you're live or you're in the comment section after the show. It's important that you interact. It's important that you support us because these small channels right here are gold. It's gold. There's gold in these little channels like this because it's important that we talk about Bears and we talk about football. We talk about those things. But in this day and time, it's important that we talk about some of everything. This is a lot of stuff going on in the world. And, you know, I'm one of those people that's passionate as shit about football because it's something I love. And I say that about everybody here, but that's not the only thing that goes on in a day. I don't spend my day wrapped around a football conversation. I do my work, I do my homework, I do my study, and I got to cut it off and I got to get into other parts of life. And that's what partly that's what this show is about. It's about other parts of life, other conversations, other topics to be discussed. You know, and I'll leave you guys with this, man. I meant what I said about trying to do whatever you can to change your vibration so that you can rise to the frequency you need to be at. I know that probably sounds like foreign language to a lot of people, but it's going to be the most important conversation you ever had in your life soon. So it's best that you understand that and the gravity of it. The sooner the better for you. Because if you don't, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is it ain't good. Things are changing and things are changing fast. That's the best thing I can tell you all. But before I get carried away, I got to leave you all with these famous words before we get out of here. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.